Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live. Very special episode coming to you from Texas Card House, Houston. We've got Chris Moneymaker on the table. Part of our Moneymaker Tour we've got going on, playing some 5, 10, 20, possibly more. No Limit Hold'em tonight. Should be a great one. See Houston legends Wes Cutchell sitting on seat number 2. Already some action. This game's been going for a bit, and we've had some big pots already. I'm sure we got a bunch more coming. Great to see all of you in the chat on our various platforms. And let's see what we got for our first stream's hands. We've got 8s for Jason.
7 folds.
Makes it 80. He's got an 8 and an 8. Make it 80. Moneymaker clearly didn't come to folds. Re-raising that King 10 offsuit.
2 folds.
Love that aggression. You're going to play that hands. Play it as a raise.
4 folds.
275 the price tag. I think he is going to get it heads up against Jason here. Let's make the call. We go heads up to our first flop of the night. King on the flop. Moneymaker pulling ahead with top pair. Jason checking it over. Only one over, and it's not the ace. So Jason could think his second pair is good here as Chris goes just under a quarter pot. Jason making the call at that second pair. Turn is a 10. That's top 2 now for Chris. I imagine he'll be going for some value and some protection here. 2 flush draws on the board. Probably not fearing a straight draw so much. Goes 450, about half pot. Would leave Jason a little under half pot behind going to the river. Can't be loving another over. He does make the call. Jason needs an 8. Instead, he gets the ace of spades. Front door spades do get there. And Jason leading all in for 730. Half pot size. He doesn't need to be right that often. This river really stinks. What's he check calling flop and turn with? Spade draws, definitely a possibility. Once in a blue moon, he's going to stumble into aces up, but that's less likely. Like an ace 6 suited, an ace 4 suited. What do you think in the chat? Do you call? Do you fold? No shame in being in it. Gonna show the king. Shows them both. Are we having a card funeral for Soup here? We are! Moneymaker makes the fold. Jason gets the bluff through. Well done. Oh my. What a hand that was to start tonight. Moneymaker getting outplayed just a little bit there. Does happen sometimes. No, you're not going to make the right decision every time.
I didn't put you on 8s.
Didn't put you on 8s, so he showed the 8s and I think if there were more
Seven
chips
folds.
involved, we could give more thought to folding. But he probably had a read of some kinds,
Two
and
fold, one fold.
he's the main event winner. I'm not. Chris Moneymaker probably knows a bit more than I do. The 2003 main event champion. We have him under our roof tonight.
Two raises, 400.
Moneymaker got right back on the horse, making it 150 with the 5-4. Wes getting frisky with the Jack-6, and Amit about to punish them both, I think.
Three calls, four queens, five folds.
Amit going for the call with the black queens in the small blinds.
Six folds.
Moneymaker getting a price now. So Amit with by far the best holding, but he is going to be three ways out of position. Over $1,000 in the middle. Queen in the window. What does he have to worry about? Two sevens behind it. That's going to be a full house for Amit, who is going to check it over and pray that somebody does something, but they both have nothing. They have nothing at all. We check through. Jack on the turn. West does pick up a pair now.
1,000. Three bets, 1,000.
$1,000 the bet from Amit.
Folds.
5 high hits the muck. Awkward spot for Wes.
Two calls.
I believe those are called chips. They are. To the river we go.
Three bets, 3,000.
Met going big again. 3,000. Almost full pot. The hearts did miss. Wes's Jack with no hearts. Not blocking the bluffs. So he's got to consider bluff catching if he's come this far. Wes makes the call. Gonna find out that Amit flopped him dead.
Jack 7.
$9,200 pot going Amit's way.
He's the man.
And we're barely
He said
5
he's
minutes
the
in.
man.
I just pulled him for $700. I pulled two for $700. I can't
You
do that.
still the man.
No, he's the man now.
Some of our chat regulars, Poker Monkey Rena, JTMNY, good to see you all. Poker Monkey, glad to see that you're doing well up at Las Colinas, one of our 6 Texas Card House locations. Houston, where we're streaming out of tonight. Spring, Las Colinas, Dallas, Austin, and Rio Grande Valley. We get an early look at how these players are doing. David up a bunch. That was a hand that took place before we went on air.
You had me thoroughly confused.
Vegas Viet as well, up 4 figures. Moneymaker in the green. Amit getting into the green. So many of you watching tonight.
Folds, 18.
Dozens of you on Facebook. I see like 50 of you on Facebook. That's amazing.
One folds. Two folds.
You can check us out across a bunch of platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Kick, Twitter /X. Wherever you want to watch us, we're probably there. Moneymaker with some jacks.
Five
Moneymaker playing all the hands tonight. Getting a whole bunch of calls. So many that Jason is enticed to defend the straddle with 6-4 offsuit. That's not quite the flop you want with jacks. Ace, queen, 10. Top and bottom for Amit. Moneymaker does have the gutter. Andrew has one of his own.
four folds.
And Amit will make it 300 with those aces up. And he's going to clear it out. Goes almost full pot. Definitely doesn't mind getting rid of some gutters. Queen would have also been a pretty inconvenient card for him to see.
Don't know up there, I'm sure.
What a week it's been already here at TCH Houston with this Moneymaker series going on. Had some big tournaments, some big final tables already. A little bit of an interruption because of some freezing weather, but we're nice and toasty. It's 70 degrees here in Texas today.
8 raises.
And we're back at it with some poker. We got the main starting up tomorrow.
3 folds.
We got Moneymaker playing another hand.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
And Moneymaker going to get 3 customers here. 865.
7 checks.
Top 2 for RJ. Open ender for Jason. Gutter for David.
4 bets 75.
RJ going to make it 75.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Both the straight draws are going to come along. 3 ways we go to the turn. Jack doesn't bring in any of those straights. It does give David a second gut shot, though. So I think we could potentially see both players call yet another bet.
Four bets 350.
350 from RJ, who certainly doesn't want to see this board get any straighter. The 7's going to find the muck. David, 2 gut shots. Got to make the call. The 3 does not give him any sort of a quality holding. Would appear to be RJ's hand. Does he go for any more value here? The 3 improves basically nothing that would have gotten this far.
225.
225, RJ going small. RJ not getting paid by queen high. Gonna have to settle for what was there already. Just a few hands in, we do see a lot of aggression per these stats here. I'm sure Alex will find himself a spot real soon to get in the mix.
Nine folds. 1 folds. 2 raises 75. 3 folds. 75.
West raising it up with a suited ace.
6 calls, 7 folds.
Jason playing another hands. Moneymaker with a pair. Gonna defend that $20 straddle with the third blind, really. Ace 4 deuce, that'll be a gutter for Moneymaker. Top pair for Wes. Checks to Wes in position.
2 reds to 1.
Olive Garden. And they didn't give me no silverware.
What? You're
Get some
kidding me.
silverware.
$100 will probably get called by Moneymaker, and he does just that.
8 calls.
Use your hands.
If not,
I'm gonna get El Tiempo.
if not, he'll be off stream eating.
And his spades.
8 checks.
Not a scary turn for Moneymaker.
2 checks.
I'm gonna look over and get
Check, check. Another 9. Ace is up for Wes, will be the best hand. See if he goes for any more value. Can't beat many other aces is the problem. Unlikely that a 9 gets here.
2 bets, 500. 8 folds.
Just over pot, and Wes gets the quick fold for Moneymaker.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
I think we got a dealer change happening here. This is where he finds out if Houston does anything special on dealer changes.
Thank you, Jimmy.
One of those questions I probably should have asked before the show. In Austin, we do bomb pots. Dallas, I think, tends to do flips. See if they do anything here. Not that we're lacking action already. Getting a great first impression from this lineup. What do you all think?
first bump, whatever.
Sounds like a bomb pot.
I guess.
4 cards, 2 boards, I assume.
Hey, what's up, bro?
I'm still trying to make a pair on these.
PLO, something else they love down here in Houston. I've discovered that real quick. And PLO's a fun game. And I've got some company joining me in the booth. You want the good chair, or is that good? Would you rather have the good chair?
I'll get another good chair. How about that?
Okay.
We're the one that'll beat it.
I can already tell you this sucks.
One more moment, we're going to get another good chair
Big coin.
That's good.
as we get some flops out here. King Jack 4 rainbow and
Then you should have just
10-9-7 all diamonds.
how big?
Way too many aces for David. Moneymaker with top set and no potential make quads. Top 2 for Amit on one board. It's going to be very hard for anybody to have scoop ability on these boards. We check through 9 and a 7, so Moneymaker actually has top out here with his 10s full of 7s. Everyone's checking. There was a pot from Amit. Amit holding kings and jacks, and also he's got trips on the other side. Moneymaker calling. He should just be calling here. He wants to keep this multi-way if he can. I don't think he's going to get to keep it multi-way. He's going to get heads up. His hand's very, very likely to end up chopping. So Moneymaker does have clubs. That's not a club.
16.
And Moneymaker, I believe, said pot. Top boat will be good on the bottom. Amit on the top with just 2 pair. Be a pretty dangerous call for half the pot. I don't know how much faith he has in those trips on the bottom.
Tim,
16.
can you give me some silverware? Spoon and fork.
I think we're just clarifying how much pot was. Amit feels like he's got a tough decision here. The danger of getting here with a one-way hands. He calls, and they're going to chop it up. And I'm now joined in the booth by Ebony Kenny. They finally got us in the booth at once, as opposed to one of us there, one of us here.
Yeah. It was honestly, I like it when one of us is on the final table. It makes it fun for me.
Yeah, I like the being on the final table as well.
Yeah. Maybe for the main, we'll both be on the final table, and then they'll get Moneymaker in here to commentate.
There's an idea. I'm down for that. I would love to be here on Monday for that final table, which you'll see here on TCH Live.
Woohoo.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I got like the random text to come join just a couple hours ago. I was in the middle of working out, so I was like, all right, I'm going to quickly work out, and yeah, I'm here. So happy to be back.
So glad we could have you here.
So is this game okay? So it's 5-10 no limit with bomb pots. Is that what they're doing?
So this will actually be 5-10-20.
5-10-20.
Yeah, they're not showing us the third blind, but I'm told that the 20 is a third blind.
Okay.
And there is the option to straddle, which should be at least 40. You could straddle all you want, though. And yes, it does appear we have bomb pots on dealer changes.
Look at this. How exciting. So how do you know how often this game goes? Is this like a weekly thing, or is it the 5-10-20 is weekly?
Yeah, Alan's telling us, yes, it's weekly.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
Alan pressing the buttons on the other side for us right now. So glad to have an actual Houston person back here to answer the Houston questions. Like, we're both Austin people sitting here.
Yeah.
We go to a flop. I saw a king jack, which is going to have two pair. And we see flush draws for the other two players here.
Tens are hot and diamonds are hot.
Yeah, no doubt.
Checks over to Jason, who has third pair and 10 high diamonds. And makes it 140. RJ with the choice here. Queen high diamonds. Does he want to see a turn? He does. He makes the call. Now, Andrew, who actually has the best hand, top two, chooses the call. He raises and gets action. He knows it's going to be bad news. Sure, he is delighted to see a seven of spades. We check through. 8 on the end. Kings and jacks will be good.
You can hear a lot of talking in the background for the other tables. There's other cash games playing, so if you are in the Houston area, come on down. Even if the 5-10-20 game is not your speed, there are other games going right now.
RJ going for it here. Busted draw, no showdown value, makes it 475. Two pair, not going anywhere. I think this is where tens just find the muck.
Yeah, I think if tens had a little more, that they could definitely find a jam here. Just having the 10 of diamonds with the 7-8 run out and just how the hand played out. Obviously, I didn't see the pre-flop action, but like, yeah, this has just got to be a fold unless you're planning on just turning this into like a pure bluff, knowing that, yeah, you just put people in like really tough spots.
And we have seen Jason pull off a bluff already tonight.
Okay.
Our first streamed hand tonight. He led river into Moneymaker's two pair and got him off of it. So he does have that gear in him.
Yeah, I think calling here is the worst option. I mean, I understand why he'd be tempted to call because of how the action went check on the turn. But against two players, you're putting one of them on. Oh man, I
Makes a
was like,
fold.
oh.
I went ahead if you
And
call it.
Andrew taking that
You
one.
call it a snap.
Nice holds for Andrew there.
Reread.
Fading about half the deck. You're enjoying what you're seeing. Be sure hit that like button. Over 100 of you watching. And we love having you all here.
Yeah, I had turned the stream on when I was on my way here, and I was like, okay, we're trying to get to 150 likes. So with 113 of y'all watching, it's super easy. Just every single one of you just hit the like button. Since you're here, it's like as simple as just dragging your mouse over the thumbs up and clicking it for us.
And if you've got us up on your phone, you can even just use your thumb. You don't even have to move a mouse.
Look at
It's
that.
wonderful. In fact, did I hit like? I'm going to hit like right now. I didn't hit like. I'm going to like myself. As we all should. We should like ourselves.
All right, I'm going to find the link right now, and I'm going to post this over on social media
Awesome.
and see what
Tell
we
a
can
friend.
do.
That's another way to bring in eyeballs and bring in likes. Tell a friend. TCH Live is on. Chris Moneymaker, 2003 WSOP main event champion, is on TCH Live. As we go to a heads up flop, 9-5 deuce. Jason with the heart draw. And just takes it now against RJ's airball.
So, Will, are you familiar with these players, or how familiar are you with any of these players?
I'm really not that familiar. I think I've played with Moneymaker once or twice in my life, and I'm sure I've been at a table with Wes once, but I don't really know the Houston crowd so much. I'm sure if these guys play tournaments, I've run into them once or twice, but not that familiar. And honestly, I also haven't had a chance to watch a lot of the Houston shows yet.
So I wonder, Alan, could we get like a schedule for the live stream for the week? Yeah, perfect. That way, since we are two awesome peeps holding it down here in Houston, we might as well try to get as much information as we can give you throughout the week since, we're here for this amazing 5, 10, 20 game, which was a surprise to me.
Yeah, what I wasn't surprised it was. Jason with some nines, gonna call RJ's raise. They're gonna go another rounds here. Moneymaker with a hand that's suited, but not good enough to call. He's gonna fold. Even Wes not gonna defend his straddle with the 10-7 of hearts.
10-7 of hearts. That's such a sexy hand.
Would have had a little something there. RJ would have had a little more something. Middle pair with a jack, check, check, and open enter now to go with that 10 for RJ. Things looking up for him. Check, check. 8 on the end. Pair of 10s will be good. Check, check. Send a small one over to seed 4.
Did you play anything today?
Have I played anything today? No. I was doing my day job today, and then I drove back here.
What?
I drove back to Austin yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I ended up having to deal with some house things last night, which, that's fun.
What kind of house things? Like the weather stuff?
Yeah, like my water was not running well, but it was actually not because of the weather. Like my water softener coincidentally decided to die.
Oh, no.
Funny how that works. Like I come into some money the other day on this very program, and immediately a chunk of it is out the door. on my house.
Yeah, the universe was prepared. It was
Yeah.
like, you know what? It's okay. We
Something
got
similar
you.
happened to me last January. I had taken a fourth place at Choctaw a couple of days after I needed to replace my refrigerator. So maybe I
Listen,
need more things to break. Maybe if my car breaks down this weekend, I win the main.
calm down. I'm
How's that
winning.
for a
I'm
beauty?
gonna win the main.
I get second at
You're
least.
gonna get second.
I mean,
Yes.
third is our spot. Third's been our spot so far. Maybe we can do better than that.
Oh my God! I just yes, third is our spot.
Yeah. Yeah, but the good news is third is usually good for a good amount of money.
Yeah.
Jason
Oh
would-
my goodness, I forget about Moneymaker's glasses. I first noticed his glasses in we were at the Moneymaker Tour in Cincinnati, Ohio a few months ago, and I'm like, what in the world, old man? I love giving Moneymaker shit. I feel like it's my job now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen him. Not that I know him very well at all. Like I think the first time I met him was at a circuit event in Tulsa years ago,
oh wow, yeah.
and
Yep, we could have
yeah, I've run
fun.
into him just a couple of times since then.
No, it was not fun. No one enjoyed that hand. Everybody on the set now.
And we had him at TCH Austin back in the very early days of this show, about 4 years ago.
You
that
had
might have been
Moneymaker
awesome.
there?
Yeah, he was
Oh,
around. It
wow.
was like 4 years ago. This
Wow,
was
yeah.
in the before times, like before the world ended. And yeah, that's probably the last time I'd seen him. And we see a very aggressive table here. That's what these stats are telling us. That's what our eyes are telling us too.
Listen, you know what? You know it's a good game when you got Wes who's 3-betting pre with Queen 7 offsuit and just taking it down. So
Oh, absolutely. We like it when they say the word raise.
I
That's a
think
pretty
they
fun-
like it too.
Pretty fun thing to say. Yeah, so we've just gotten that streaming schedule. So tomorrow night at 9, 1-2 No Limit Hold'em right here in Houston.
And then on Monday we are going to be streaming the final table, the Moneymaker final table. It's the main event, which is for those of you who do not know, it's a $1,500 buy-in, 250K guaranteed. We've got 4 more starting flights, so you can hop in there tomorrow and Saturday. We've got 2 flights each day, 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. You're not going to want to miss this.
I'll definitely be hopping in on Saturday, maybe tomorrow night, definitely Saturday.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be trying to play the 1-2 game tomorrow because it is a meetup game with Moneymaker starting at 4 p.m. and then the live stream starts at 9 p.m. obviously. So
That sounds like a lot of fun as well.
yeah, I've got the whole schedule memorized now from commentating the other night. I must have said the schedule like 30 times. So I was having people quiz me yesterday because they were like, oh, what event is tomorrow? I was like, what time? I'll tell you. We got 11, 2, 6, 9. What do you need?
And there we go. Got to have somebody spreading the good word
Yeah.
of the Moneymaker Tour and Texas Card House. As we get ready for another hand here.
He snaps. Next time you snap, but you know.
The sad thing is, I probably would have fought better than you and still folded.
There we go. Here come the cards.
Are you strapping for 100?
No, it was only 40. You want to do that more.
What's that?
I said 40 was the max.
No, I think it's
No. Is it 40?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, the score was not.
You said no limit.
Oh, well then next time. I don't care.
So is that a...
I mean, he's doing 40. I've been doing
$40 for
40.
outside.
When you have that, yeah.
Normally after 20, you can do whatever you
Hey,
want.
we're just discussing how big the straddle is.
That's
Sounds like it's a 40 this hand.
I knew I was going to have a decent hand. Not great, but decent.
Moneymaker raising up the Queen 6. Makes it 150.
One player I'm not worried about.
And we go 4 waves.
4 ways to this flop. Let's see if there's going to be any action.
It was pretty good.
All right, we got
Pretty good.
a smidge. We got a piece, a flush draw. Not too much happening, but Moneymaker's got some backdoor draws, so he's going to bet into a few of these people.
Be it with his bottom pair and backdoor. Going to continue.
You're going for the...
Fours go away. Nut clubs. I don't think he looked. I think he called without looking. And
Yeah.
now he's going to check jam with his nut clubs. I like it.
The no looks
Yeah.
amazing, you know?
I like it too, the no look.
I like the check jam for sure with his hands,
Or
especially
the snap.
when you've already gotten one over on Moneymaker, who doesn't have it this time. Bottom pair would be quite the hero call, and he doesn't do it. So almost $1,000 extra dollars for Jason with that aggression.
No. You can see in 30 minutes.
No one's gonna see in 30 minutes.
Big dick.
Now I do hate you. I have to hate you now. That was my hand.
You made a bad fold there.
Gotta love the see it.
No,
See,
I
you'll
just
see it in
said
30
I
minutes.
said, I was going to win. You were gonna fold for me, that's right.
The other night I pulled the I'll tell you in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
With the what?
I told Sonny I'll tell you in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I always find it super interesting when people are showing. I'm like, it's a stream game. You just let them sit there and like be antsy for a little bit, you know?
You do something goofy, you have half an hour of credibility. We start the clock. Like when the clock runs out, your credibility goes out the window. Provided you have a buddy perhaps texting you, hey, guess what this guy did? Guess what this person just did?
So much fun. I'm a dead. I folded really big.
Suited ace for David.
Change coming over. Full call.
And once again, we see a lot of calling happening. Four callers in total, 310 in the middle. As we go, Texas heads up, 5 ways.
Honestly, that's one of my favorite phrases. I moved to Austin in November of 2017, and I quickly learned what Texas heads up meant. It just meant you were likely going at least 12 ways to the flop, probably invited a couple of people from across the street and the neighboring businesses to
Yeah.
also be in the hand. It is definitely Texas heads up.
David's got the best hand right now with a pair of 9s. Amit going to fire out here with his gut shot. Jason with the king high hearts calling. David with second pair calling.
3 or 9.
This could be anybody's hand. Actually, with David's got to feel a lot better now having the 9 there with the queen coming on the river.
Yes, top card pairs. That's good news.
6 bets, 260.
And we're going to see Jason leading river again. Once again with a misdraw. And this one not going to get through. David is going to call with the queens and 9s. And so he's going to take the pot. We see David, the big winner right now, as the graphic immediately goes away on me. In favor of the V-pips. So these are just going fast, yeah. Blink and you'll miss these graphics. Now we're on race first in. We're past V-pips as well. Like Alex has not had a lot to work with tonight in seat 1. I'm sure we'll find him some hands soon enough. Perhaps he's also just feeling this out a little bit.
Yeah, so obviously, like, I got here, about 15, 20 minutes late, but I assumed that, like, there must have been there was already some action because you said, like, Jason led into Moneymaker already bluffing, got one through.
Yeah, the first hand that we streamed had that particular hand, the river lead that worked. There were a couple of big pots before we came on air. They played about 5 hands before we come on air, actually. And there was a pretty big ace-king versus ace-queen hands that happened right before we went on.
Ah.
125.
RJ with the Choctaw nuts, the Jack Deuce, making it 125. David with a king and with something. And whatever the something was, it wasn't good enough.
Broke the rule.
Good shot. Good go.
And Moneymaker flopping top and bottom here. Jack deuce missing here, but continuing with the range advantage. Pre-flop raiser should have some aces, makes it 50. Moneymaker going for the check raise on this 2-diamond board, and RJ gonna say, just kidding. There's our repips again. RJ and Jason playing lots of hands. Moneymaker playing more than half the hands as well. Andrew and Alex down towards the bottom. But it hasn't been that many hands yet.
All right, I have officially posted on, well, I'm still calling it Twitter. I don't know what other people call it.
Most of us are.
Yeah, Twitter and Instagram. For the folks in the back who follow or have any interest in following, you can go ahead and like reshare that story. That way we can get the views up here. We're up to 126 of you beautiful, beautiful humans here watching us on this big 5, 10, 20 Thursday night game.
Yeah, we got another few dozen on Facebook as well. It's not even counted in that number.
Oh my goodness. Let's go, people.
Are my eyes tricking me, or did that graphic just suggest that Jack's folded? I don't think that
I already
happened.
had money out there. So
Unless he wasn't at the table. King 8 versus 8-6 going heads up. And what a flop for 8-6 of spades. Gutter and a spade draw. And I think Wes is just going to bet into Moneymaker here. Going to go a little over half pot, $100. And nothing Moneymaker can do about that. So Wes not having to find out whether that draw was going to get there.
going to dinner?
Yeah, they're coming to pick me up. You want me to bring you something?
Yeah, I'll be alright. I'm feasting on their chips. Anything else since you've been out here?
So how many of these Moneymaker stops have you been to?
This is my, let me see, 1, 2, 3. I guess this is my third one.
I got in yesterday, got rear-ended.
My third one, yeah. So the first one was in Cincinnati, at the Hard Rock in Cincinnati, and then back to my old stomping grounds in Florida at the Kennel Club in Palm Beach. And then I get to just come to my neighboring city right here at TCH in Houston. So third time's a charm, I think.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's the first time I've been able to make it out to one of these. I've heard about it. I've heard that these are fun, and glad I could be a part of it.
Yeah, honestly, I've had such an incredible time at each of these stops, and it keeps getting better. Obviously, I'm a little biased because we're in my home state now. It's my new home state, not my native home state, but yeah. So it's great. And honestly, TCH was the very first room that I played in when I moved to Austin back in 2017. I didn't even know there was poker when I moved here.
Like I got to Austin right at the end of 16 myself, and I found my way to TCH. I was just getting into poker at that point.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I had played at the original location a little bit before the current one opens. We see Ace Jack with 2 pair, and we'll see if any betting happens. This is probably the street where betting happens, especially now that RJ has some hearts.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at his check pre-flop flopping top and bottom. I mean, it kind of makes sense because he wants to, disguise his hand. But I'm just surprised based on some of, the few hands that I've seen him play already.
I personally would hate to give a free turn to a king or a 10 with the gutter. And David going to check call with his pair of aces. And Ace Jack was good as well. He didn't even need the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, so TCH was my first poker stop in Texas. And still home turf. I would still consider that home turf as far as poker rooms go. Like if we want to talk about being on home soil, being on Texas soil, like that's 1 point. Uh, being at a TCH location is another point. I'd say Austin would be the third one, but we're not in
Yeah.
Austin. But 2 out of 3 ain't
Yeah,
bad, right?
we're in our second home
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. TCH playing some poker. That's where we want to be.
Well, I'm always happy.
So we got numbers creeping up. Where's everybody watching from tonight? And when are you coming to TCH? We got Tony Burns, the direct. Oh man, he told me his title. I forgot, but he's basically in charge of Moneymaker Tour. I don't know if it's director of operations. I forget. It was something that sounded very official. But yeah, Tony Burns, the man, the myth, the legend, used to work in Florida, run some rooms down there, and Moneymaker scooped him up. So
And a fine job that whole crew's been doing so far, even having to deal with a bit of weather. And David opening the Jack Deuce, getting punished by Viet, and I'm sorry if I'm saying his name wrong, with Ace Queen, went for the 3-bet. Ace Queen still good on 6-6-4.
Very excited. The only problem is if you win it all, then you can't bet sports anymore.
Viet continues. You can certainly have some overpairs. David calling with Jack Deuce.
I don't have that problem.
Assuming this is actually Jack Deuce and this isn't some kind of scanner error. Well, let's see if he actually has Jack Deuce. We're going to find out. We're going to find out in spade draw for Viet.
listen, David is a mind reader, okay? And yeah, as you said, Viet picks up the flush draw. I think David did have plans with this hand. He was calling in position. I'm surprised. No bet there, though. When you're floating with Jack Deuce in position, and then you turn top pair.
And the spades break out. So jacks and 6s and 4s. That'll be good. 3 pairs is going to be a winner for once.
Yeah.
Viet going for the bet, and
What? Okay.
the jack folded, which is surprising.
So maybe are we sure
I
about
wonder-
this hand?
That's the thing. I'm wondering if the cards got crossed up on their way to the scanners. We see that happen every now and then.
Okay.
Like we had a couple of head scratchers on your final table, actually, which ended up just being, well, the cards got crossed up. So
Okay.
like the system's not as smart as it looks. You put 2 cards on the scanner, and it's going to think those are the cards. Like even if maybe the pitch went a little bit askew and you got somebody else's card, I think that's what happened there. I don't think it jack folded. But it keeps us on our toes.
It definitely is definitely going to make us better commentators or worse.
Maybe.
Honestly, it's a coin flip at this point.
I've definitely called some hands in Austin that just did a complete 180 when we found out what the hands actually were. 5s for Amit. Makes the raise. We see one of them spoken for in RJ's hands. You see the other 5 spoken for.
We've got no Broadway cards in this hand. What is happening? Where they must all be coming on the flop here, so this will be interesting to see how this hand plays out.
3 players.
We got 3 players to the flop, all sharing cards.
That's kind of an interesting one as well. We do have a straight draw for RJ, second pair for Amit, who does not continue.
Full bet's 175. 8 folds.
RJ betting his gut shot when check 2.
3 folds. Heads up.
Third heart, front door comes in, the king pairs. Now Amit wants to lead the
This is an
tournament.
interesting lead by Amit, and it probably is going to get it done unless RJ has decided that he wants to, mix things up a bit. And I'm not one to hold my breath on what Texas poker players do in any games that they play anymore. And I say that as a Texas poker player.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure we've all been guilty of it ourselves at some point. RJ did make the call and did not get rewarded there. 7 on the end.
Oh my God, RJ with the stare down. I wonder if this aggression is going to work. He does get the check. I like the check by Amit, but I think you have to
RJ's not
make it
giving up.
yeah, depending on what he, wonder what his size. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses. He does just have 6 high, so I think he's got to bet pretty chunky
Yeah,
here.
probably like 3/4, and I think he's going smaller than that.
Wow.
But they got the job done.
And it gets it
575, got it
done.
done.
Thank you.
Nice hand to RJ.
Money's up.
Heads up.
Hey, sell that.
What else? 2 flights today?
Just one. I think 2 tomorrow and 2 Saturday, I think.
That's right. 2 flights tomorrow, 2 flights Saturday remaining
Better cards, man.
in the Moneymaker Tour main event.
Don't tell me.
You can find all the details at moneymakerpt.com, texascardhouse.com,
You
Poker
made it better
Atlas.
than 5 deuce, so.
Lots of ways to find out what's up around here
Thanks.
over the next few days. Should be
I
some
was just playing against him.
really good ones.
Yeah, and if 1500 is a little too rich for your blood, we do have a mega satellite popping off at 9 p.m. tonight. It's $186. So if you want to try to win your way into the Moneymaker Tour main event, now's your chance. They had one last night and I got 6th place. So like a soft, annoying money bubble. It was
Yeah. Did you get
painful.
the extra money or nothing at all?
Yeah.
Which bubble?
So I didn't get anything.
Okay, not the extra
But
money.
no, so they were guaranteeing 2 seats. So they got 2 seats, and then 3rd place I think got like $600 or something.
Okay.
Yeah. So and I got 6. So it was just man, sad days. And when I busted, I think I was 3rd in chips. So that makes it even more sad.
Been there. I'm sure there's some significance to that 186 number. Shout out to the cashiers dealing with that 186 number. That seems like an exercise in making change. We see West with aces and squeezes over the 100 and multiple calls. And David going to give this up. This will probably just end the hand. And it does. So West picking up a few hundred as he climbs his way out of the hole from that unfortunate Jack-6 hands a little bit earlier tonight. David's still the big winner.
Okay, so West is stuck to 3.5K. So that was a hand earlier. Did you already tell me about this hand? Was it while I was tweeting?
It all
Or-
runs together. I don't know what I said to who, but Wes had gotten in there with Jack-6, and his opponent flopped top boat, Queen 7-7,
Oh,
and when check, Wes turns a Jack, and he calls a $1,000 turn bet and then a $3,000 river bet when it was a brick river, and
Okay.
the hearts missed, and that was just unfortunate timing.
okay.
Has 36 holes.
Like he had a reasonable bluff catcher, his opponent just wasn't bluffing that time.
Yeah.
But it's part of the game,
I know, it's a good course.
and there's several hours more of streams poker for him to get it back. 5 ways here: Ace, King, Jack. Amit and Andrew both with an ace. Neither of them are likely to be playing their kicker by the end of this. We all check, and now nobody's kicker is playing. 8 of diamonds, Amit betting the 100. Andrew calling. Viet calls with his diamond draw, which will not get there.
Good for him since Andrew's got the nut diamonds.
Yeah.
Just pre-rolling this chop pot against Amit.
He was, and check. Yeah, Amit was down to just a non-diamond 5, and instead they chop it up. No harm, no foul. I'll probably fire some satellites prior to hopping in that main. I got to look at that schedule myself for all of them. I know we got more coming up.
Yeah, there's satellite 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. tomorrow.
Here we go.
And
And 5, I see 5,
10,
10,
a.m.
10.
and a 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
also. So 10, 2, and 9 p.m. Is that going to be the same for, and then on Saturday, I think 10 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Hopefully Monday.
10 and 2, yeah. All right.
So we got 5 satellites that start tomorrow. That doesn't include, if you count the one we got tonight, we got 6 chances to get in for $186.
It'd be nice to get in at a discount. No discounts here. We got a raised pot, and we got half the table in there.
All right, we are going 5 ways to this flop here. This might be the cheapest amount that we've seen a flop for at $55.
Heart draw for RJ, and that's about it.
90.
We got Viet got the best of it with 10s and 4s, and
That's right. He does have a 4.
this is not going to get it done. RJ is, I assume, going to at the very least, peel here.
Yeah, I don't see him folding. Makes the call. RJ looking for a heart. He gets a 9, which will also do the job. 10s and 9s for RJ. See if... Nope, it does not fire again. We go check, check. Jack on the end. And graphics say check, check. I don't think they actually did that yet.
Yeah, I think they did. Oh, on the river, you mean?
Yeah, we're on the river.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the pot get pushed.
I think RJ is going to throw out a bet here. It looks like he did throw out a bet, but it just folds. We're not sure how much the amount is. But take our word for it, it was enough.
Yeah, was definitely enough. And so one goes RJ's way.
Speaking of RJ, he has the highest VPIP in this crowd here, opening 28% of hands.
That's pre-flop raise. VPIPs are a bit higher than 28%.
Oh yeah, they're like 40% now, right?
Sometimes even more than that. And RJ definitely unafraid to raise. Like when he's getting in there, he is raising.
Yeah, I wondered how I came in in the middle of the queen deuce offsuit hand, and I saw that he was the one out of position, so I assumed he was the one that raised there.
I think so.
I feel like on every hole I'm hitting like 7 irons.
They all run together.
I must have. I wouldn't.
I like it for sure if I'm trying to like improve my game. Yeah.
Alice with a 10-3. Decides to play hands. He played 10-3 offsuit.
You know, when you've had it, you've had it.
Yeah. Getting bored. You get in there. Amit and Moneymaker going to give him some action. Queen 9-6 Rainbow is not going to hit the 10-3. Checks through. A 10 has an open edger now. I think there was a 10-8 in there. Yeah, Moneymaker's turned to straight. We check through again. Jack on the end. Moneymaker not betting the straight.
He says, I win. Moneymaker doing his absolute best to get as much value with the straight here in this hand. Good job, Moneymaker.
Yeah,
Love to see it.
He got the maximum.
I think he could have got some on the turn betting when Alex was it Alex with the 10-3 who turned an open ender.
Yeah, he probably
yeah.
did the straight.
I would like to get back out, but like this is like a huge time commitment. Like just as hard. Also, a little bit more like daylight savings time limited as well, especially right now. You know what I mean? So,
This is at least YouTube. I got to tab over to the other ones.
Weekends. Tough.
And nothing happening on Facebook
my brother's big into it. It's probably gonna come out soon. So.
or on Kick. But yeah, hey, if you're watching us on Facebook or Kick, feel free to drop by the chat. We'll see that over there as well. Like we get the most chat activity in YouTube. I think that's mostly since the show had started out on YouTube, and it was basically YouTube first for a long time. But we try to be everywhere you are, and feel free to say hi.
Yeah, we got almost 150 of you all in here, and I don't know if y'all can hear us, but
I think they can hear us. I'm pretty sure they can hear us.
I'll ask one more time, just to prompt, some participation with the audience here. Where are you all watching from? Okay, and and what's the temperature where you're watching?
I got it.
Because it's warmed up here.
Okay.
Oh, it weren't Oh, look
froze.
at that! It
Chat
had
decided not to
frozen.
Chat
Okay.
decided not to scroll. That's why we're confused here. Here we were thinking that nobody had talked to us in an hour, which would just be sad. I know you guys like us better than that. Yeah, Rye Guy thought this was a good game. Ted, thanks for the congrats there. Yeah, that was a great run. Yeah, Ted pointing out, Chris Moneymaker was on our first stream way back in the game. Who's your boss, T? First time watching your boss play. Who's your boss there? Who are we pulling for? Or anti-sweating. Maybe you don't like your boss. I don't know. So how did you do last night? That's what James is wondering.
Oh yeah, so I busted the 50K pretty not early, but busted in underwhelming fashion, and then I got 6th in the satellite. Yes, Cosmo, they didn't trust me to do it by myself this time. That's exactly what happened.
Or maybe they didn't trust me. Who knows? Like you see, I think you have a more trustworthy face than me.
Yeah, I was the last minute addition actually.
The
So
players talk sometimes. Sometimes we can even hear them over the activity in the outer room. I think we're on a bomb pod here. Okay, Moneymaker's your boss. All right. I'm guessing he's a good boss.
Moneymaker's my boss. He's not my boss.
Well, I mean, D's boss.
Oh, D's boss. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. We got some people from Houston, Virginia Beach, Brazil. Welcome, everyone.
10s and 5s for Jason. Open ender for Jason. And lots of checking. Don't see any other monsters, but these things fly by. Ace and a king. Second spade on that bottom board. Andrew with 9s full of queens. So there's a monster. Andrew's got the top locked up.
He's got 2 pair there. Kings and 10s on the bottom and a gut shot for the bottom board. I think that's the best of it.
He went 125. He also has clubs on the top that are not going to be good. Only Andrew calls. Andrew with that top board locked up. But also a pretty one-way holding. Spades come in. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Andrew had spades on the bottom. And now Andrew has all the spades. And now Andrew's going to scoop.
He is going to scoop. What a hand.
And Andrew going for some value here. $300. Not full pot.
I think Viet finds a fold, and he does.
Has just 2 pair on one board. One of those hands where you wonder what could have been.
Yeah. I tell you what, these bomb pots for cash games for me in Texas are the bane of my cash game existence.
Yeah, they can make or break your sessions for sure. Like one of my biggest pots I ever won was a bomb pot. I'm sure I'll get scooped in another bomb pot one day. Like it'll balance out. The real dangerous ones are where you get very similar boards, which is how it went in my case. Like I ended up with a full wrap on both boards,
Oh man.
and then I got there on both boards, and that was just really lucky.
Back in like 2009 to 2009 to like 2012, 2013, that was super fun watching.
And that's definitely a thing too, especially when we're playing Omaha.
If you are just tuning in, I am Ebony Kenny, joined by Will Lottie. Lottie? How do you
Lottie.
Lottie, I had it. Lottie Dottie, we like to potty. And we are coming to you live from CPH in Houston. You are watching a 5, 10, 20 no limit cash game. And if you're confused why there were so many cards on the board, that is because every dealer change, they do a PLO double board bomb pot. That is basically the Texas standard here for cash games.
It is really common, and mixes things up for sure. Gets some action going, especially in some games like the bomb pots are just off the hook every time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're a little more tame.
Oh, nice.
And Houston really doesn't need an excuse to play PLO anyway.
Yeah.
They love it in Houston.
Yeah, I think they love PLO everywhere in Texas, really. I've been to a couple places where they just, I've seen some places pop off with like bomb pot only games. And I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, every now and then we get one of those going at TCH Austin, actually.
Oh my God.
And they'll spread anything if there's enough interest. You just have to have the people. We've played more exotic stuff than that. And RJ went for the 3-bet here up to $400. King 10 offsuit, and he's not actually going to lose anybody here. But King 10 is actually the best holding, so I think we can call this a value bluff.
We're going 3 ways to the flop here.
5-5-3, two clubs actually. Everyone whiffs. That King 10's still good. That King 10 can say, I got an overpair, or at least have a big ace with clubs, and he goes small. I think 10% basically gets the message across, except Viet didn't get that message. Viet going to make the call. Just the 9 high. Perhaps he has plans for later streets as we go heads up to the turn.
Queen of Hearts changes nothing here in this heads up pot.
Checks over to RJ, see if he goes for that second barrel. He does.
What do you bet, 175 here?
Yeah, it was real small. We didn't catch the number. It looked like around a couple $100 or so.
Yeah. And that's going to get it done.
6 more before we do it again.
Someone else can do it too.
Yeah, right?
If he doesn't do the 160, I win the hand because I've got a 5-8 and I call probably whatever.
And another look at these winnings. RJ, now the big winner. David,
I know.
he'll have himself a great night. Andrew also up 4 figures. But still a long way to go this evening.
No 80, huh? Yeah, you're good, dude. Save yourself money.
Looks like the 50 is on this hand.
I'm gonna make it 200.
RJ called, Andrew raising it up.
You bet it so it's fold. Yeah, but look at all that
And we get a
fold.
4 flop over 800 in the middle.
Yeah, this is more like it.
We all know the
Jack 8-3 rainbow.
Oh, you know.
I'm just waiting for the flop that causes pure chaos. We haven't quite had that yet. We check all the way through. 6 on the turn is going to give Jason the open ender. He's the only player who improves. He bets. He's checked you twice on the button, so betting's not a bad idea anyway.
Yeah, I'm one of those players, absolutely for sure. When you bet to me twice, I'm like, I think it's a rule that I have to bet. If I don't, it's like it's a disrespect to the poker gods.
He does show it after he takes it down. See, RJ's played 2/3 of the hands as we look at this VPIP, the VPIP list. Bunch of players over 40%. That's
Look at
pretty
that,
active.
yeah.
For a full rank game, that's really active.
Leaves you 6-7 here.
Ironically enough, Alex has the lowest VPIP, and he's the one that raised with the 10-3 offsuit.
Yeah, well, he's got to get the VPIP up somehow. But you know what? That's a very relatable VPIP for me. Like, my VPIP tends to be on the lower end of things.
Yeah, but I don't think you're getting it in there with 10-3 offsuit ever.
I'm not doing that unless,
no.
like...
You're barely raising with ace-queen offsuit.
Well, I hate ace-queen offsuit. That's why I don't raise with ace-queen. A lot of painful stories with ace-queen.
That's why they call it the parking lot hand.
Yeah. I get ace-queen, I get in against king-queen. I just need 5 queen cards and I win a ring. I did not win a ring.
Wow.
Bummer. Against king-queen. Such is life.
Andrew opening the hijack with my favorite hand, pocket threes. Moneymaker 3-betting in the small blind here.
I think Alex has ripped it all in. Ace-king. Alex found a hand that he can play. He's going to increase that VPIP. Wes has to get out of the way with ace-queen.
Speaking of.
And Moneymaker just called it off, I think. Moneymaker just called it off with 5-4.
With the 5-4.
Unless I'm really tripping here. Moneymaker did make the call. We're gonna go
Isn't
heads
this
up.
the hand that he like bluffed with, right?
I think so.
Or won a huge hand?
And he's got a gut shot here. He picks up some outs on this 8-8-6 flop.
I'm all in. Oh, he's waiting on them.
Yeah, they got
Moneymaker needs a 7-5 or 4. And this 6 makes it a more desperate situation. Now Moneymaker needs a 7 to win, 8 or 6 to chop. Instead, the 10 is going to give ace-king the hold. It's going to give ace-king the full double up. Alex was patient, and the patience has paid off for him.
Yeah. Nice hand, Alex. A nice double up there, courtesy of Moneymaker.
Moneymaker came to play.
He did.
He didn't show that hand before I went in the raid. I had to do it out of spite. And then I got stuck in there.
Poker Monkey rolling
in my
100.
world,
Good for
it
you.
seems to be my fault all the time. So I'm used to it.
Pretty much all day this has been your fault today.
Fun little point game we have in the chat. Yeah, you roll 100. That's the biggest one.
And so what do you get when you roll the...
You just get loyalty points that are just like funny internet points.
Oh, okay.
But hey, you roll 100, good for you. You see Alex getting above that 15%. Like, that's my number. Like, 15% is the number that's associated with me. And
the New York Knit.
yeah, the Lottie line, the chat called it years ago. And I've embraced that. And we had a straddle put on. And Andrew making it 300. Moneymaker with a suited ace. Getting right back in there.
Well, look, if he's going to, you know,
Amit.
raise call off with the 4-5 offsuit, he's definitely going to get in there with the suited ace.
So it looks like Amit put the 50 on. He's got King Jack, and RJ put the 100 on with 9-8. So if under the gun straddles, there is the option to re-straddle, and that's what happened here. And King Jack 3 is going to be wonderful news for Amit. Put the 50 on, gets rewarded with top 2. But Andrew, with an open-ender, this may be the action flop we were hoping for. Amit making it 500. Andrew making the call. To the turn we go. Andrew looking for an ace or a 9. Instead, a third spade appears. Neither of these players has a spade. May slow it down. Check, check. 7 on the end. The queen 10 going to brick out. 2,200 in the middle.
Yeah, if I'm a mid here, I'm just turning this to a bluff catching hand, and I'm just gonna check call here.
Absolutely.
I don't
check
want to
fold.
have to fold. I don't want to have to bet fold a hand this strong. Top two pair.
He is going to make it 1,000 and going to get the snap folds from Andrew. And it would be sickening if you got raised there. Like if you are going to bet, you need to have a plan if you get raised.
Absolutely. Would you like any snacks? I brought my own little mini Lunchable, y'all. I made it's like an adult's Lunchable, basically, which is what charcuterie boards are anyway. But I have in this little my silicone sandwich bag. I've got pistachios, pepperoni, salami, smoked Gouda, raw cheddar, and then I also brought a couple bananas. So I'm really ready, y'all.
Now you came prepared. I'm quite full. What I did was I had dinner before I came in today.
Ah,
I usually have a decent sized dinner before I come to one of these shows, just because I know I'm going to have to go for 4 hours, and I do appreciate the offer. Uh,
I'm fasted. This
yeah.
is my
Well, there you
this is
go.
me breaking my fast.
This is
Although
the
I woke
time.
up late today, so still.
Actually, the other day, like one of the hands that helped me get where I got in that tournament, I took a page out of your book of not going broke when a crazy cooler happens. Like I river a flush, the hand that checks through flop and turn them in the big blinds. I river the flush.
Mm-hmm.
I decide to play it as a check call on a paired board, and big blind had flopped quads. So
What?
so I didn't go broke.
Way to
Where
go.
people go broke, and I don't know if you saw Ebony's final table the other day, but Ebony found herself in a cooler situation where she managed to not go broke with a straight against the flush, and
Fair enough.
that's what you got to do. Like you have to have a plan. Like if you're going to bet, you have to have the plan if you get raised,
Yeah.
and you have to consider check calling with a hand like a straight or a flush when a raise could be very bad news.
And David does take it down. He flopped top pair against Viet's bottom pair, and Viet did peel a turn, and then just folded after David double barreled. So
Can't have Dick put it on, and I don't do it,
All right.
Fair enough.
Heading to hand number 35 here, I believe.
If he puts a 2 on, he's going
It's
to
flown by. This game's actually moved at a pretty good pace.
could say,
Now we're 15 in. I got a bunch of hands in here.
we have to, yes.
Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking.
And
It's not safe because he didn't put the 2 on.
here we go with some more cards.
I put the 2 on front.
yeah, I do tell you one thing. The action here it kind of flies by here. No one's really taken too long to make any decisions, and there's not any slow play. It's really
Yeah.
nice.
Like we don't have the 5-minute tank for no reason around here. These players are pretty good about that. Though we actually do have a shot clock tournament happening tonight, I believe. Just in case you want to be really sure that nobody is moving at a particularly slow pace, nobody's dragging their heels. We got one of those going on this evening here.
Yeah, I think it's $150. Is that correct? It started at 6 p.m. So registration is still open for that.
Yeah, if you happen to be around here, come on down here.
4 players.
4 ways we go with some very suspect holdings. I think I saw a 9 in there. RJ with the best hand with a pair of 9s. Andrew and Jason with a gutter. In fact, with 2 gutters. We check through. And 5, I don't believe helped anybody.
Jason and Andrew both having the double gutty here. So I wonder. Yeah, I figured like one of them might take a stand here, considering how the action went on the flop. So
Yeah, so Andrew pounced first and gets the other 10-6 out of there. And RJ with third pairs and no kicker is just going to find them up.
aggression wins the day.
It sure does. TH wants some moneymaker drama. What kind of drama do you want? I mean, he's come here, he's playing poker, and he's spicing it up. Like he's definitely not giving us a boring show. I don't know. Do we need drama?
I don't know. We saw the snap 5-4. You know, I mean, once he already 3-bet, so he was like basically pot committed. So we get it.
5-4
But-
offsuit call off, 3-bet call off.
Yeah, I mean, once you make it 500 and something, it's only
Especially-
700 more to call. You got to do
Especially
it.
against the tightest player at the table. That's where you want to make the call.
There's your moneymaker drama, TH. We got it for you. And spades here.
Table's good. 9 fold.
2 aces for Alex. And the 200 is on.
Oh my goodness.
The
We
dream
have,
spot. He's playing 13 bigs deep.
what is this? A 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. Oh my gosh. I don't understand what is happening.
He goes 750. Jason with king queen suited. What a bind he finds himself in here. King queen suited.
Does the king queen suited just fold?
No, he's still got it. I think the graphics just ate it. Now he's folded. King queen suited folding. I wonder if Alex went a little bit big, or maybe it's just a question of table image.
Yeah, I think so.
I think if you go, and he's going to show the aces, I think if you make it, say, 400, a min raise, I think the king queen suited at least calls, maybe a chance.
Yeah, I think a 500 is nice there. You've got, let me see, you've got 150. Oh my God, you've got 200. Aside from the straddles, you know, you've got 400 in there already. So just making it like 450, 500 is plenty.
You would, yeah. I mean, you especially playing as short as Alex is at the moment. Like if you go small, like 400, 500, like 500 tops, I would say. And then you invite somebody to GM over you and think that they actually have fold equity.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that 500 sizing. I'm totally with you on that. That's the perfect sizing. I think I leave money on the table sometimes going smaller.
Empty backpack.
Empty that. That's an empty it first. I'm working on that, by the way.
I mean, you could definitely make a case for even going a little smaller based on the stack sizes, right? Because you want people to be you want to price them in. You've got aces. And granted, like this table is going pretty big, but when you make it 750, you're just actually telling people to fold.
Yeah.
And you want to give them a chance.
Yeah, either rip over you or call and flop a pair, and then they call off.
Yeah. And it was the first straddle at 200. You've got aces. This is a dream scenario. It's just like you could even just make it 400, you know?
Yeah. And just know that you're pretty much never ever folding.
Yeah.
Ace 5-5, moneymaker with the ace. Moneymaker, the only one who really has a substantial piece of this. You check through. See if the back door can open for Jason. It does. There's a king of spades there, which is going to give him the 9 high spade draw. And moneymaker now going to pursue some value here, $125 worth.
Yeah, he's got a bet now, not having a spade. His ace-6 of hearts needs a little more protection now, so he does get the fold and just take this down here.
I did have 2 red cards.
I believe it. Wow, wow. Don't show me red 5.
Red 6.
Another look at these V-pips. Okay, now the floor is 20. Now the floor is 20%. That's more like it. Alex and Wes both down there. Wes hasn't had a lot to work with, though, in his defense.
Okay,
he
but
spiked
like
that and he
honestly,
paid for it. Like he's done his part.
okay, but I will say though, I'm just gonna keep saying, you know, Alex, who you know is the tightest one on the table, open with the 10-3 offsuit, and so Wes should be ashamed of himself that you know Alex wasn't able to find much of anything either, but he still found a way.
But hey, Wes 3-bet with Jack 6 at
And
one
Queen
point.
7 offsuit.
That too. Queen 7 offsuit.
All right, Wes.
Yeah.
You get a pass.
Yeah. Like he not
For now.
only got in there with the Jack 6, he called off a total of $4,000 with a pair of jacks. like right into the top boat. So, you know, I can understand him being a little bit gun shy at this point.
Didn't like Hawaii.
All right, so we
Queen, I
got.
don't think he's going to be shy.
Look at that. We got the $80 straddle on. So Wes wakes up with pocket queens here in the hijack and does raise it up to 250.
What's that?
Action to Amit now in the cutoff with King 10 offsuit. He does make the call.
If he had put the 80 on, he's going to defend that 80. Jack 7 off. 3 ways we go. Over 800 in the middle already.
The good thing is this is
Not the ideal flop for the queens. They did not want to see that ace. Queens are still ahead, and Wes can have all the good aces. He is going to bet $400. And Ahmed folds, as does Viet. So Wes taking a nice one.
Look at that. We were just saying he couldn't find anything, and then he just wakes up with queens.
Yeah, well, you know, we spoke it into existence, I think.
All right, let's speak some like multi-way, multi-action chaos into
Yes.
existence.
Yeah, so let's get some action flops. Let's get some chaos cards on the turn. Let's see some fireworks.
Hi, Larry.
No, he's standing over there. I haven't come up.
Big 9 has a strong for 40. See, they get 20.
40 or 50?
40.
And 50's in Oregon. Huh?
Cards are good.
It was nice of me. Left all my.
Just the 40 on this time. Seems like the straddle's stopping with Alex at the moment. Maybe he's just saving it for later.
125.
125 with 9-8. Amit's got him pipped. Andrew's got 9s. RJ found his way in there with Jack 4. It with a King Deuce. He defends that straddle. He doesn't like folding that straddle. He's Jack 5. RJ with the Jack.
And David did fold the King Jack offsuit out of the big blind, which feels like a pretty good. I mean, I'm a little splashy. Feels like a good 3-betting spot to me. But he did elect to fold, which feels like, you know, yeah, I guess good. But RJ just has the best of it right now.
In this lineup, I think a 3-bet could go either way. It could clear it out, or it could just get you 5 ways in an ultra bloated pot. Like, we could just be going 5 ways with like 3 grand in the middle.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's actually more likely to happen than really squeezing anybody out.
In Las Vegas, that would definitely end it, but we're not in Vegas.
We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of poker out here, I found.
There's a lot of good places out here I've already seen. So.
Text me if you want anything to eat. I'm going to bring something to Omar.
You've already fed me today. I don't need to eat anymore.
Sandwich.
It was a good sandwich. All right. See you in the morning.
They're making their dinner plans out there.
20, 40, and 100. Cards are good everywhere.
10, 20, 40, 100.
All right. Alex put the 40 on. Wes put the 100 on.
300, 5, 4.
RJ makes it 300 blind.
Looking at cards is overrated.
300, 7 folds, 8 and 9 folds. Thank you.
I mean, did any of these players notice that he did this blind? I would not be able to help myself. I'm sorry. Like, I would be like, yeah, we're gonna do this again.
Yeah, and we go heads up. 7's going to be good news for Jason on the 7-2 RJ with just overs.
They have backdoor straight draws.
He does. He has
Come
the back
on.
door. That's right. How can I sleep on the back door?
Yeah. $30.
Into an $800 pot. How do the solvers like the 3% bet?
Make me want to just call it.
What frequency are we betting 3%?
I don't think that we just, I mean, probably 90% to be honest, but it's either 90% or 0%. There's no in between.
We have a range of 100% of cards because we didn't look. And Jason decides to just raise, and like, I don't know what's going on here, so I raise. He did have the best hands.
Nice hand, Jason. Mitchell in the chat again. Hello, Mitchell. Welcome back.
Good to see you, one of our many chat regulars around here. I haven't had the chance to fully watch back the final table from Monday night. The bit I saw at the end, it did seem like the community was in there, and you know, love to see the support. You know, you see these familiar faces, and they get to see a familiar face. And well, the great thing about tournaments is like we all cheer for each other. You know?
Yeah.
I know a few people who made some runs like the last couple weeks, and yeah, you're just happy for them. And that's just the great thing about tournaments.
We got aces again on this 5, 10, 20 game.
And
which
queens!
Is 200. Oh my god. And it's a $200 straddle also. So aces just calls. Queens just calls. What is happening?
Well, I think they saw what happened when Alex raised the aces, and they decided, you know what, I want to set the trap. And Wes is going to kind of take the bait. He is going to make the call. He's going to raise. He made it at 1,100. My mistake.
Yeah.
He took the bait. And then with the King-Jack offsuit, 2 limps from early position, and now a raise, and you have King-Jack offsuit, and I believe he had put the 50 on. No, he put the 100 on. My mistake.
Amit put the 100. Wes was in for the 50.
I think you just have to fold the King-Jack offsuit.
I mean, you do. You're sad to see, you know, the Broadway cards. You're like, oh, this is frustrating. But
if I'm Andrew, I'm just calling, and I think that's what he's done. Stack to pot's going to be at most 1. You're going to have no problem getting it in on later streets.
I wonder if Jason back raises here. I wonder if that was his plan to begin with. You know, you flat pre and then get ready to jam. But maybe Andrew flatting in the middle has maybe changed his plans up a bit.
That said, even if he calls, it's going to be the same deal. Stack to pot's going to be so low that he's very likely getting the rest of it in at the next opportunity.
Yeah, if I'm Jason here, I'm unfortunately going to be jamming. It's so sad, but you got to feel like...
All in, there he goes.
The jam.
And I think Wes now has a very easy fold with the ace-deuce. He's going to make it look a little pains, I think.
Did he go all in? Wes has gone all in with ace-deuce offsuit. Andrew obviously makes the call here with aces. And this is the chaos that we were hoping for, but this was not the hand I expected to see.
Ace and queens, yes. Ace-deuce. I don't know what's going on there.
How big? 3,040.
You see, the players like to do the opposite of what I say half an hour later. I say fold the ace-deuce, and he doesn't fold the ace-deuce. He calls with the ace-deuce. He gets in there with the ace-deuce. And I think we're just sorting out the graphics real quick. So we have aces, queens, and ace-deuce. I didn't pay close enough attention to know where the side pot is in case the case ace shows up.
The side pot is between the aces and the ace-deuce.
Thank you for that.
That's a gross spot right there.
Anybody has a 9 or a 3, then
I'm with you, Matt. Ace-deuce did go nuts there. Here's the run out.
That ain't gonna do it.
8-7-3, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. And Wes's cards were black, so backdoor straight draw or running deuces. That's what he's down to. And that's going to be that for the ace deuce. Queens still have
He has no alpha.
queen to take the main pot. And that's not a queen, that's a 9.
Wish they were jacks instead
So
of queens.
ace is going to hold for everything. Massive pot going Andrew's way.
Y'all so lucky, baby.
No, no, we like he's winning.
What a cooler.
This,
I need to count this.
yes. I am, ladies and gentlemen, I am rarely speechless, okay?
I'm astonished. I mean, aces and queens getting in, that's not a surprise. Ace deuce getting in there in an $11,000 pot, $11,525 in the middle, and ace deuce is one of the hands.
Yeah. Like, I'm not, honestly, like, it's such a cooler for Jason because of the way the hands have played out. Because Andrew limped. It was a $200 straddle for those of you just, you know, who want to get caught up on what happened. $200 straddle. Andrew limped. Jason over limped. And, you know, Wes squeezes from the, what is this? The second straddle. So he was this, oh yeah, he was the first straddle. So he made it 50.
50, my mistake.
He was the first straddle. So he squeezes to 1,100 total. Ace is just flats. And yeah, if I'm Jason with pocket queens playing on a 3K stack, of course I'm going to think my hand is super underrepresented. Of course I'm going in. But the surprise, so that wasn't a surprise to see Jason jam. The ultimate surprise was the 4-bet rejam from the ace deuce offsuit of West. And obviously, if you're Andrew sitting there with aces, you are pumped.
I could not believe my eyes when he did that. I couldn't believe that was actually ace deuce. I mean, tell me, what hand are you ahead of? Like, as played, tell me one hand that you're ahead of with ace deuce.
King queen.
King queen, maybe. Like, we are 3 ways.
How many entries do we have?
Tell me one hand where we're beating both of them. That's what I'm really getting at here. I'm not sure we've got a hand where we're beating both of them.
Yeah, I mean, if obviously we can't know what West was thinking.
Yeah.
But you're not thinking that the aces is just going to flat again with a bunch of people behind, right? But Andrew played that, you know, the best he could, obviously,
That was brilliant.
when you have aces. But I think if I have to speculate on what was going through Wes's mind, maybe he's trying to get a hand like a set mining hand that Andrew could potentially have to fold, you know, and he's definitely he might even fold jacks here. So
Yeah. It worked out wonderfully for the aces. I do think that you know, queens and 15 big blinds with queens, you're always finding the middle pre-flop. Give him the chance. I think the path there was very unconventional, but I think that was always the fade. And so he flops the overpair. It definitely goes in on the flop.
yeah,
10-9-7 on this particular flop. Gutter for David, pair for RJ. Check, check. Quick turn. David calling RJ's bet. Not getting rewarded. Check, check.
RJ7 is going to take it down. I know we are reeling. At least the two of us are reeling back here from that hand. And I am, yeah, I think I want to get in the game.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I don't. I'm very comfortable. You know, my Whoop Strap told me I was at 58% today. So there's no cash games for me today.
Fair enough. I'm not even sure what that is, but like I do believe it. You gotta, especially if you're gonna play at these stakes, you've got to come prepared. You've got to really, you got to have yourself together.
Yeah.
If it's a bad day, you don't play. I've definitely had days where you're like, you know what, I don't feel like playing today.
Yeah, honest. Okay, so the Whoop Strap, it's this. It's just captures all of it, collects all the data, right? So
Okay.
so it lets me know how I slept, my recovery, how my workout went, and this and that. And so you get a score of 0 to 100%. Yesterday, not last night, the night before, I slept for 9 hours, which is the longest I've slept in over a month. I've been averaging about 5 hours, 9 hours and like 10 minutes of sleep, and I still woke up at 50%. Today, I'm on like I think I got about 7 hours of sleep and I still woke up at only 58%. So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to try to go to bed early tonight so I can be ready for the cash game tomorrow and then the main event on Saturday.
There you go. We keep some funny hours during these series sometimes.
Oh man, do we ever?
Like I was very glad I didn't have to go into day 2 the day after day 1 this past weekend. Like Saturday was a long day for me. I woke up early, drove here from Austin, played the day 1, called the final table. Like I don't get to bed until after midnight. Like I was so glad I could just like mess around in PLO up in spring on Sunday instead of have to go grind a tournament. Like I don't think I'd have had my head on straight for that.
Picking up the action here on the turn, we do have a heads-up pot between Jason and I think that was RJ. Yes, Jason's got the best of it with the ace-queen. And they have checked down to the river here. And I wonder if Jason ever finds any raises here having the queen of spades. Oh, he does find the raise. I really like this. Obviously, I missed the pre-flop action a little bit, but considering that they check flop, check turn, and then this river went like this, I think RJ might be finding the call here. It might be the frustrated call, but...
Yeah, Jason had 3-bet over RJ pre-flop, made it 200 over his 80, and then RJ check called on flop. And...
Don't play.
Talking about kickers.
He is going to make the crying call here. Jason's going to be happy to see that, especially after losing that three-way all-in with queens just a couple hands ago.
Gets a little bit back here. His kicker plays, RJ's does not. And if you like that massive core, be sure to tell the algorithm you like it. Press that like button. If you haven't done so already, completely free for you to do. Helps us out. And maybe we get to make some more friends. They show the stream to more people, and then they come in and they hang out with us, and we make more friends, and that's great. That's the best thing about this. Like 4 years, we built this great community over these past 4 years, and that's what makes this show so great. That's one of the things that makes streaming great in general.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying that. Normally, I'm someone who's on the other side of the camera. I normally am, I stream on Twitch, and I'm normally playing the poker. And then, for your final table, it was the first time I got to do solo commentary. I've done commentary quite a few times for some poker streams, but this was my first time doing solo commentary. And honestly, holy moly, it's a different beast entirely. But to be back here, in the booth with you now, like you commentated my final table, I commentated your final table, here we are together. And it feels right. And we've got a heads up pot here between Jason and Viet.
Jason unfortunately dominated here. Action flop, ace 9-8. Jason with the open ender. Viet with the pair of aces. Potential chaos here. Jason gonna check. I don't know that he check raises here. This ace high board would make it more likely that the raiser is actually gonna have something that's gonna call your check raise if you go that route. 450 the bet from Viet, which would leave about a pot-sized bet behind. Jason does have a heart in his hand as well.
Yeah, I actually like just flatting here, and depending on what the turns are, you can jam you can jam any hearts, and obviously if you hit your straight cards, you can check jam.
He'll make the call and he'll turn the nuts.
Oh,
how about
baby, that has to feel good if you're Jason, especially after the queen's hand.
Now he's going to be free rolling Viet, who does have a gutter to the same straight. Checks over to Viet, who has improved. He has turned a gut shot, and he is blocking the nuts. So I could see him betting here.
Yeah, and you don't have a heart. You still got to get some protection, and you're just never really going to fold anyway. So it's fine. I don't think betting pot is the way to go, but he also bet pot on the flop. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just jams here, and he does.
All in. The old snap call from seat 6, who has the nuts. This is a dream spot. Going from the nightmare to the dream.
We got SK in the chat asking who's commentating tonight. Do you mind? We're going to be on camera real quick here. Whoa, hello. It's Will, Lottie Dottie, and Ebony Kenny.
No,
oh my
bad
God.
Beat for Jason. The 10 comes in. Chop it up.
Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I got the camera back just in time for that river 10. Oh man.
Tragic river for Jason.
That is got to feel so painful if you're Jason, especially after losing the queens. You're like, come on.
Poker gods, don't kick a man when he's down. Come on.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, that one. Put that one. Yeah. Yeah, Moneymaker Tour does include a meetup game with Chris Moneymaker. That'll be tomorrow, 4 o'clock Central Time, right here, CCH Houston. 1-2 no limit hold'em, and we will have a live stream tonight at 9 o'clock.
Tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. God, I'm half asleep today.
That's all right. That's why they put both of us in the
But you know what? In all
booth.
fairness, we are going to be streaming tonight at 9 because we're still going to be here at 9 o'clock, but we're going to be playing 5, 10, 20. And we'll play the 1-2 stream tomorrow night at 9. And I'm sure that'll be a great time as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Time.
I'll be there. Hopefully they can get some rooms for me on the stream game there tomorrow. We'll hope I'll see. Yes. Okay, I got the thumbs up from Alan. All right. I'll be on the stream. Moneymaker will be on the stream. We might get even bet on Drew on the stream tomorrow. And I think, yes, that is a go.
That would be great.
All right. So the stream game tomorrow at 9 p.m. is going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, we are, coming right off of we're piggybacking off of the 1-2 meetup game. So be here at 4 p.m. We're going to be hopping around the different games, so Moneymaker, Drew, myself, we're going to be playing, we'll be here bright and early. I'll be here at probably 4:15. I was going to say 3:59, but, a girl can hope. If you know anything about me, you know that being on time is not a thing that I do well. Not yet, anyway.
Well, that feels pretty common around poker. You know people late reg, right? Like they don't always show up on time, and
yeah, I late reg for late reg.
There you go, late reg for late reg. Yeah, so that should be a good time. And what was I going to? Oh, I bet on Drew's stories. Yeah, so bet on Drew may be a lucky charm for me. So in that day two, the way I get the chip lead that had gotten reported on, Drew was over there saying hi. And at that moment, I turned top boat, and the guy decides to check shove, and I have top boat. And that went as you would expect it to. And like that really helped propel me. So thank you, Drew, for making that happen.
Well, then I guess you got, a couple of us are lucky because I was commentating your final table, and
That's
you got
right.
some crucial double ups. I'm going to take the credit for
Great
that.
things happen. Yes, thank you, Ebony. I get takes a village, and we do have 10 full of kings for Jason. Walking up the top board for him. On the bottom, Alex with the nuts straight, the 8-7, but having to fade some stuff, I'm sure. I don't think anybody has the diamonds, but there are better straight draws. And there is a set of 4s for RJ. To the rivers we go.
Boom.
Ace of diamonds, board pairing diamond. I believe that's going to be 4s full for RJ to take the bottom. Jason's got the top with the 10s full of kings. And Jason potting at 825. He's got all of one board. He's got none of the other boards, so he's going to try and get his opponents off of a chop. RJ with bottom boat, like it's not necessarily a snap call.
Did you review too?
Yes, sir.
You can't just be nice and let this happen.
It's easy to get scooped.
It's easy for you to get scoops?
Yeah, but I'll give you action.
Easy to get scooped. Just what you want to hear. Easy to get scooped.
Oh no, I'm gonna say that one. That's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's
Okay.
okay. I was waiting for this hand to be over. Scotty J, correct. I am on CP time. For those of you who don't know, that is colored people time, and yes, as a black woman, I am definitely on that time. It was actually adorable. Will was like checking in with the comment. He's like, "Is this okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's good."
Yeah, I will back anybody who's in the booth with me. Anybody who's out on the table, I will look out for you. And
Yeah,
you know,
no, I
somebody does
appreciate that.
somebody does something, you know, it's like this is a pretty good community. Every now and then, though, you get the oddball who decides to try and kill the vibe. And okay.
No, Scotty J is in the clear. And honestly,
All right.
kudos to you for checking in with me to make sure that was okay. See, that's how we, this is how we stay a community, right? You check in with your people. Make sure, hey, is this all right? Cool?
Yeah.
We go.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, glad we could clarify that. Yeah, so back to Hold'em here. So let's
I
see.
like how you threw 'em my way.
Moneymaker 150 with a 9-7 offsuit.
Wes is trying to mess it all up.
West calls. Amit should 3-bet. Makes the call. I would 3-bet. I won't say should 3-bet. I would 3-bet.
Yeah, I like the 3-bet here. The thing about this table is like I would be 3-betting a lot more if I were
Yeah.
on this table because there hasn't been that many 3-bets. I mean, obviously we saw the 3 and the 4-bet and the hands were queens, aces, and ace deuce off. But like, there's just, oh my God, does
I
somebody
think
flop
Moneymaker,
the, yes.
like Moneymaker's onto something here. Yeah, but like you see how often your opponents are just showing up with trash. Like, let's get some value. I mean,
Yeah.
Ace Jack's going to be beating King Deuce. It's going to be beating 9-7 off at least until this flop. And Mid's going to be in some trouble here. Top pair, top picker. Maybe this back door will give him some more reasons to give Chris his money. Instead, the 8 of spades, which may slow things down a bit here.
Actually, I don't think so. I think Moneymaker's going to continue barreling, and Amit is going to call. I see no reason to fold if I'm Amit, unfortunately. I mean, how can you know that you're against the 7-9 of the other player? But now you have jacks and eights with the ace. You have top.
Yeah, and there is your back door. Actually, you do have the back door boat.
Yeah, and you have no spades. So this is a good turn card for Moneymaker to continue. I don't know if it's that good for double barreling, but having the spades and Amit not having any spades, it's like this hand just becomes a pure check call.
6 on the end, so the straight gets straighter. It's
Yeah.
a 6-card straight.
6 cards straight now, and this actually doesn't change anything. I think depending on what Moneymaker bets, Amit is still just going to call here.
Goes about 2/3, $1,600, and as you said, nothing changed.
Yeah.
So it's the spot where your decision point was really on the turn. Like if you're going to continue on the turn, you probably have to call a Brick River, which this is.
I do like that he's thinking about it, though.
Yeah.
I wonder what bet sizing would get him to just make it a clear call. Like I feel like 1,600 might be a little too much. What was that into 2,400? So we're looking at 2/3 pot. I'm thinking maybe half pot might have done it. And I feel like this hand would have already been to showdown, but this amount does feel a little dangerous for Amit. And his spidey senses are tingling correctly here.
1,600, yes, sir.
I fold.
Fold. 3 folds.
He folded.
He does fold.
Oh,
He does make the fold.
Wow, what a fold.
I think he showed and folded.
What a bad fold.
How do you feel about showing your fold?
Honestly,
Wow,
I'm a
pretty
fan
high
of
fold
them.
there.
But like,
You must be
you know,
up.
spot dependent. So yeah, in some spots I do it because I want to rattle, you know, my opponents, right? If I know that, or if I feel like I'm beat, but I'm laying down a hand that's like a monster or would be considered a monster, then I can, you know, let them know. But like, I don't know. I think it's have a plan with it. That's the way that I feel about it. Like you can use it to exploit some information and emotion out of your opponents. What about you?
It's not something I tend to do a lot unless it's like a friendly messing around sort of a game.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a specific opponent, like maybe somebody where like there's some history, some needling, and maybe you want to show that you got him.
Yeah.
No. You definitely him.
One of the things I really enjoy doing, it folds around to Andrew here in the big blind, who just called, and the hands are just, you know, they have the same hand. Obviously, they're splitting hairs with the flush draws here with the king queen offsuit.
No one with a spade, so this is going to chop if it gets the showdown. 3 10s now. Let's got quads on board just for the fun of it. How about that? Seen it before. Jason going to bet the $50. Going to try and get Andrew out of there. Andrew not going anywhere yet. No quads. And chop it up. See if there's comments anywhere else. I don't see comments anywhere else. Just here on YouTube.
Are we not on Twitch?
I don't know that we have Twitch. You know what? We probably.
Wait, I thought it was coming on the back.
I've gone down in it here.
Yeah,
Oh, we're back. Did y'all miss us?
Yeah,
We
sorry,
lost connection for a few seconds.
sorry for the interruption there. Yeah, so
You should be sorry. It was completely your fault.
absolutely.
I didn't say no.
Yeah, so I think Austin probably has the Twitch channel. That's my guess. So,
Ah.
so we have another YouTube channel called Texas Card House, and we do have some streams on there sometimes. And I really hope our internet is still working because. Okay, there it goes again.
Yeah, we're lagging just a little bit, y'all. So bear with us.
Yeah, so we do have a second stream on there sometimes, as I believe there's a 1-3 from Austin going on right now. And we'll have streams from the other rooms, including Houston. And yeah, so give that channel a sub as well. And Texas Card House on Twitch, we stream on there, one show or another. West with an overpair here.
It
Red
does
Reaper.
take it down.
Red Reaper, glad you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. And y'all, we got Eric watching on YouTube. Absolutely detested YouTube. Great name there.
Yeah.
If y'all are enjoying the show, go ahead and hit the like button. There's 154 of you watching right now, and the goal was 150 likes. Where are we right now? Are you able to see that? Okay, we're gonna drum roll.
Yeah. What I gotta do is I gotta get it up on my phone. Like with all the fancy tools that this thing gives us, it doesn't give us the like count. I see 54 likes right now. And I see 3 times as many people watching this show. I see 55 likes. There we go.
Let's go.
Let's
okay.
Get more likes.
Come on. 154 of you beautiful humans in the chat. Like, you know, even if just 20% of you like it right now, that's an extra 30 likes. So come on.
And it doesn't cost you a penny to hit like either.
No, yeah. Absolutely not. It's just, you know, just the effort it takes you to click the button. That's it.
It shows 55 likes right now. We can do better than that. And you know what? This pot might be something to like. We got 4 players. We got over 600 in the middle.
And we got pocket 5s, 55 in the hand here,
And now we
flopping
got
a set.
Of 5s. There we go. Set of 5s. And Viet does have middle parent and open enter, the hind ends of it, but still an open enter. So we could get to a turn here. Andrew makes it 200. Certainly needs to protect against this board getting any straighter.
Yeah, absolutely. This feels like an action board for sure. Viet at the very minimum not going to go anywhere, but he it does look like he's going to come in with a check raise here.
Unfortunate timing there. Makes it 525. Now Wes has an easy fold. The ace deuce is toast. And this time he knows it. And now Andrew deciding whether to 3-bet for the rest of Viet's stack or to just call, which is what I would do, and that's what he's done. Give Viet the chance to bluff off the rest of it. Queen of hearts is a really safe turn. Viet with just under pot behind.
Yeah, if I'm Viet, I don't think I'm slowing down here just because the 5-6-7 board, the queen doesn't really do too much unless your opponent already had like a hand like queens. You know, I mean, I don't think that they're really going to be peeling too often with a hand like king queen on the 5-6-7 board. So you're just going to keep barreling here.
He makes it 1100. I think our graphic is wrong. I think it missed the top up. There is more money behind than $470.
Ah,
Like
okay.
he probably has closer to 2,000 behind if I had to guess unofficially.
We're at 60 likes. Let's go, people. Way to go.
Andrew just calling. Andrew fading in 8 or 3 as we go to this river. Another 6. He fills
that
up.
is
And it
going to be a
strips.
cooler for Viet. He is going to get it in here. I don't see it happening any other way.
Chaos card.
That is a chaos card for sure.
Now Viet
Certainly feels like it.
says 2,500 or so, 3,800 in the middle. And I think he's probably going to end up shoving for value.
Yeah.
1200.
Bet 1,200, I think. Oh, all in. 2,500.
All in. We even get the yellow disc out there. And
Oh, he does bet 1,200. Okay.
I saw the yellow all in marker out there. I don't know what's what at this point, but I assume that it's just 1,200 because I think the boat would have snapped him by now.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, yeah, debating the jam.
So he's now going to jam over, and Viet is now put to a decision for his remaining 1,300.
If Viet can get away here, this would be really nice on him. And I mean, you just have to, having the 6 here, you just have to think that you're beat. And it just makes it super sad.
Makes the call. Gonna see the bad news. 5's full of 6s. Gonna beat the trip 6s.
Andrew takes down 8 chunky pots. How much was that pot we missed? I think it was about 7,000.
Yeah, that had to be at least $7,000. Like we got to the river 2,500 deep.
Yeah.
Look at these V pips again. We have 2 players who have played more than half the hands, and that's amazing. 2 hours of poker. RJ and Jason have played more than half the hands. Moneymaker is pretty darn close.
Moneymaker, if you're listening, you need to step it up, buddy. You cannot be losing this VPIP race.
Maybe we need to get a nickname on just for good measure.
Wes, you could feel right at home, Will.
Yeah, it's like have we not had enough chaos? Playing the Nick game in Austin just last week on stream, and we talked about flop lag. I actually had hand lag, so I lose a Nick game. The very next hand I get queens. Bummer. To think I could have just blasted it, and people think I'm trying to not lose the Nick game, but I actually have it. Bummer. Heads up. This is probably something approaching blind versus blind. Queen 5, 3. Low jack versus +2. So Amit opens. West put the 100 on in the last straddle. Amit opens to 300 with the Jack 5, first to act, as one does. And West defends with 6-5, and they both have a 5.
Wow, Amit barreling here with the Jack 5.
$1,000 keeps his foot on the gas and gets it done. No more value for him.
For those of you just tuning in, we got people coming in and out of the live stream all night. I am Ebony Kenny, and I'm joined by Will Lottie, and we are here coming to you live from TCH Houston. It is the Moneymaker Tour all week. The main event kicked off today. We had our first day one start at noon today. That is still going on. And we've got lots of events happening all week, but you are watching a 5, 10, 20, no limit hold'em cash game with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Moneymaker, Chris Moneymaker, sitting down here pretending to play poker.
Yeah, that's what we'll call that, pretending. And you know, the game has changed since 2003. That's, it's evolved.
It's wild.
You got to change with the times.
Yeah, it's really wild. And for those of you who don't know, so Moneymaker is a friend and colleague of mine also. We are both Team ACR pros. And so if you're wondering why I try to like dig in as much as I can, it's actually my responsibility and my job.
You have to needle them. It's mandatory. They won't settle for anything less. Like, you got to be so many needles, he's like a pin pushing. We're going to go heads up here. Queen 9 versus 6 deuce. Where else but Texas? I believe the deuce has outflapped the queen. Moneymaker going to continue here.
Don't think RJ is going to be folding here. I mean, if you're going to defend the 6 deuce offsuit, when you get a piece, continue seems like the plan.
Yeah, we didn't defend to fold this flop.
Absolutely not.
This is a safe flop.
We got a piece. We got a piece.
That 8 of clubs looks pretty harmless as well. And Chris Moneymaker has an entire era named after him. Right? Who else has achieved that legendary status in the game of poker? Like, we joke, but we do actually joke out of love.
Yeah, Moneymaker has become, over the past couple of years that he's joined with ACR, he's become one of my favorite people, and he's actually he's such a nice person. He's really kind and has just such a good heart, which makes it so easy for me to give him shit because I don't mean it, and it's so weird. I want to mean it.
Yeah. I haven't had that many interactions with him, but he seems like a great guy. Like, every interaction I've had with him has been really good. And this bet will effectively put RJ all in. He's going to put RJ to a test for a stack, basically a pot-sized bet, 3,500. Can RJ call it off with bottom pair, no kicker? Does he really have that little respect for Chris Moneymaker? We will soon find out.
Or you could even look at it as him saying it's a sign of respect because he thinks that he's capable of it.
He's capable of blasting it with that nothing. And
yeah. Though if I am Moneymaker and I get called down here, I do feel like that's very disrespectful.
Hey, respect is earned, not freely given away.
Yeah. What do y'all think, chat? If you're a Moneymaker here and you triple barrel here and you get called and you turn over and you see the 6 deuce offsuit as the call, do you feel like you've been disrespected here? Or do you feel like it's like a sign of respect? Which is it? Maybe it's both.
Yeah, it could be. Makes the call. RJ getting the double up.
Oh my gosh.
Moneymaker going to get the bill here from our dealer.
Wow. Wow.
My God, call of the night, call of the year, I'm going to say. Call of the year so far.
Oh my gosh.
flag this hand. This is a hands of the year candidate. If we ever actually did a hands of the year around
Yeah,
here.
I think well, now I think it's a must. It's
Yeah.
mandatory because this is the first submission for hand of the year here. It's a TCH hand of the year battle. We're starting it right now.
Yeah. And
I think the ace
good
deuce
hand.
off, the aces and queens and ace deuce off is one of those.
That was pretty savage
Yeah.
for sure.
Game on.
Game on, you heard one of the players say. That is
on.
correct. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This game has just gotten started a couple hours ago. We are only at the halfway mark. And
Yeah, I think this is where we're starting to go off the rails.
yeah. Here we go. Bull Tide in the chat saying, welcome to Texas.
Yeah, yeah, got that right. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Hold on tight.
Yeah. I'm not actually from Texas. Am I allowed to say yeehaw?
Well, I'm not from Texas, but I say yeehaw.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's
It's okay.
there's
It's
plenty of
okay.
other states that say yeehaw, you know, including Florida where I'm from. Yeehaw was
There you go. We don't really say that in New York, so
I'm sure somebody does in New
probably.
York, maybe parts of New York.
Maybe somewhere upstate. I don't know.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, so 200 from David with the King Jack. Back to Moneymaker, who I think is going to just get right back on the horse here. Calls the two. No, he three bets this button, 550. Amit does not want to go duck hunting. RJ going to fold those sixes.
David for sure just mucking there. Moneymaker does take that hand down. Gets a tiny bit of a small rebate from the last hand.
Just picking the right spot.
Wonder how many people here are in poker because of Chris Moneymaker and what he did in 2003.
Oh my God, so many.
Yeah, a lot of them. Like, I mean, I think like people like my age, like I'm 36, like people my age, like they saw this and they probably thought, hey, this is cool. I should go do that.
Yeah. I actually found poker right before Moneymaker won. I was playing poker with my then boyfriend, and it is so wild because I was pregnant with my son right after, like I got pregnant with my son right after Moneymaker won and everything started. So I was, you know, pregnant playing these $20 tournaments at home, and you know, it's Moneymaker is the reason that poker is what it is today. I mean, you look at it, 2024, it's 21 years later, and it is wild times out here. You know, TCH is open because
It
of
is.
Moneymaker.
It's amazing. Yeah, like for me, it's like this is an interesting game. I hope I get the chance to play it sometime. Like I hope I've got the money and the time to do it at some point, and you know, eventually I find my way into poker.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if Black Friday doesn't happen, I'd probably get into poker a bit earlier than I did. Like I didn't really start playing until 2017 or so. Like seriously start playing like more than 10, 20 cents after work.
We're back, y'all. The Wi-Fi is just testing us to see if you at home are awake. You're live and well with us here, paying attention. Are you paying attention? We could do the refresh.
Yeah, the refresh will work better.
I'm a professional. But we're here with y'all.
I think I saw Queen Jack for a missed straight draw, and I had seen queens before it cut out pre-flop, and obviously that's a nightmare flop for queens. We check through, and pocket sixes are gonna win.
Sixes has to be so relieved to win this hand, to feel like you get gifted a pot on this board.
This is an unfortunate hand for us to have missed, I think. I suspect there was.
No, kings and three. What is happening? It keeps changing. Is it kings and threes or pocket kings? The hand keeps changing.
This feels.
Kings with an 8. Okay. Final answer. Kings with an 8. A pair of kings won the hand.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually, y'all.
There
Our
we go.
graphics is catching up for us.
Yeah.
We're gonna blame it on the Wi-Fi.
Well, yeah. Right at the beginning of the hand, I'm pretty sure the graphic showed somebody folding aces. So I think there were some cards that got crossed up there. It's not like that scene in Molly's game where the guy folds the nuts. People don't actually do that generally. All right, so we'll head our way onto another hand, and
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I raise now?
7
Hell
folds, 8
yeah.
folds, 9
I was
folds.
just rolling dark in. That'd be awesome.
4 raises, 2, 325, 3 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds,
What about you?
5 folds, 325. Heads up. Six turn. One bet.
and
25.
Alex continues with the queen 8 and takes it down. I do believe he had raised pre-flop. Scotty J, not a fan of Molly's game.
What?
I mean, it wasn't a poker movie per se. Like, it was a movie that featured a lot of poker, I would think. Like, it's not Rounders. Like, you have to know what to expect. Like, if you were going in expecting to see another Rounders, that wasn't going to be it. And that's not a bad thing. That's fine.
Yeah, I think for what it was actually really, really good. So
It's even less of Lucky You.
I don't think
I don't think I've seen it either.
everything I've heard about it has not made me want to invest the 90 minutes or so that it would take for me to sit down and invest.
I
in
don't
it.
think Amit actually folded Ace King. I don't know what's going on with these cards. I don't know if you saw that. It claims that Amit folded Ace King, which I'm going to call baloney on. Alex with 10s. Alex with the best hands, I believe, as we check through. And yeah. 9s for Andrew, second best hands. Alex makes it 160 with that second pair, gets it through. So a little bit going for Alex here. Yeah, Molly's game was about an actual event. Like, there was even a book and all that where, you had somebody who was running an underground poker game and got in a little bit over their head, and some things happened. But that's doesn't make it a bad movie. It's not a poker movie, and like I said, that's okay.
Every time I watch any shows on TV or see any movies that have poker scenes, I'm always like, oh my God.
Yeah, like they never.
What
get
are
the
they
poker right.
doing? The way that they
never.
have them holding their cards, like they have them looking at their cards, like basically face up, and they're just like, or they have
And they string bet like crazy.
the string bet. They're like, I'll call and I'll raise you. Or they're splashing the pot, and the chips are just all in the middle. They're like, I'm all in. I call.
I mean, all I'm saying is, you're probably in LA. If you're making a movie, like, you're probably in LA. There's a lot of places in LA that are full of people who know how to play poker. Or at least they know the rules of poker. I don't know if they know how to play poker, but they at least know the rules of poker. And you could probably give one of those people a few bucks to say, wait a second, this is insane.
Yeah, just, so I used to live in Orange County, so we'll pick up this action here. 10, 6, 4, 2 spades, pocket fives, still the best. Jason's got a gut shot here. A 5 on the turn would be action, but it can only be really the 5 of diamonds to give lots of action here.
That would be an
Um,
amazing turn card. Let's speak it into existence. 5 of diamonds.
yeah, go ahead.
Really fun, like,
Give the people what they want.
That's one of
I'm
our
the people.
powers. That's one of our powers here. We can speak
5
chaos
of
cards
diamonds.
into existence. 5 of diamonds. Let's go, dealer. One time.
I'll email you.
Oh,
Oh,
almost.
so close.
One strategy to like build a really balanced team. In my league, the league I do,
6 of
there's
clubs.
no like ads or drops
Still
or trades or anything.
fairly innocuous, I think, for
First
David
stage of life right now.
with his
You don't have
fives.
to pay attention, and you only say it twice a week.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
He was ahead. He's still ahead. I think we're going to go the pot control route here. Checks over to Amit. Does he want to fire again with the ace queen?
And it's just like standard.
I think the answer is yes.
10 categories. 15 teams.
Yeah, I'll definitely
250.
might be the stuff.
Oh my god, Jason, do the check raise. Is he gonna do it? Oh. He makes the
Check
call.
on with a gut shot. If you're going to play this hand, I like the raise better as well. I am with you on that.
Yeah, I was pumped. I thought he was doing it, and I was gonna be like, come on, Jason.
We do get
The
the fives
five
out of there, so his
folds.
5 is actually still live.
So he's got more outs now.
Yeah.
None of them show
Not
up.
gonna do it. I think if I'm Jason, I mean,
We think he goes for another lead here.
that would be amazing. Do it, Jason. Oh, I think it would have worked here too.
Check, check. Amit going to take his showdown value.
This had our number in some of the big playoff.
Amit going to take one here. Yeah, I do think the choice to cast Michael Cera as essentially Toby Maguire, I think that was a conscious choice. I think somebody was trying to send a message with that decision. You would never confuse one of them for the other.
Getting all excited about the 50-50s at the time of the game. Sort of like shit.
All right, to the next hand.
Persistence.
Amit bumped it up to 75 with the king 10. RJ and David, the two takers.
3 players. 7 checks.
Top pair for Amit. Cutter for RJ.
175.
Everyone calling the 175. Everybody getting curious here.
Yeah, interesting call by David here, being the last one in the pot. I've seen him play. He's played overall like pretty tight, pretty straightforward. So I'm surprised with the call in a multi-way pot, out of position on top of that. I wonder if he has any plans for this. He does not.
Yeah, the plan was to fold to Amit's bet. Not a bad plan since he did have the best hands. If we're being results oriented, which is what they pay us on. They do pay us on the results. That's all I'm saying. They don't pay us based on the red line or the blue line, whatever the EV line is, whatever you online folks.
Wait, I'm more interested in you getting paid because I know Alan's got my Starburst lined up here, but I want to know what else I'm getting paid in.
A good pat on the back and a hearty pat on the back and a hearty thanks for being part of the show. See if I can talk straight at all by the end of the night. I got, for whatever reason, night seems to be falling apart.
All right, it is 40, and Amit does limp here with the King 5 offsuit. RJ raising here with the 10-6 suited, is that correct?
Yeah, no, he called, and Jason not a believer in the 9 triz, even if it's suited. Moneymaker in there. We're going to go 3 ways in the limps pot.
Moneymaker with the best of it.
3 players.
Queen 6 deuce. And I believe Moneymaker still has the best of it.
Yeah, but we got RJ in there with the 10-6, so he's going to think that's pretty good too. Looks like it's going to check to him, and he does bet middle pair here. Amit having the king of diamonds and a backdoor draw, though. These are the spots where I love, like, check raising, where I'm like, ooh, baby. Yeah, because you're not going to continue here. But Moneymaker does, he check raises instead and does take it down.
Well done by Moneymaker.
Yeah, we're starting back up.
Wonder what they've got on that TV behind the Moneymaker sign there. I wonder what's on right now.
Oh, yeah. What's today?
That's what they're looking at. This is
Thursday.
No football. Maybe some basketball.
4.4 seconds, though.
Talking about 4.4 seconds. I'm thinking this is a basketball game. That
Feels like a basketball
sweating.
game, yeah.
The kind of the goal wide open.
Goal wide open. I use my deductive reasoning here.
Well, we had on TV the other night was a lousy tournament clock. Way less entertaining.
5 raises.
Amit racing here with the ace-3 offsuit. Amit has definitely, he has started to really put the foot on the gas here on this live stream. When we first started, he was doing a lot of limping, and now he's he's mixing it up a little bit, but definitely raising more than he was at the beginning of this stream.
And we got the cold 4 from David. He goes 2.1 with the ace king. Oh, playing $5,000 deep against a $900 raise. I think all in was the other option.
Oh my God, Andrew actually 3-bet with the 8-deuce offsuit, and the cold 4 came in from David. Oh my goodness. What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Do you guys
I think
listen? We just need to put our faces on for just a second, because what?
Yeah. You know what? I think Andrew thought that this was a different game and you could double down, and that's not the one.
Whoopsie, wrong one.
That's the one. There we go.
I'm in charge of buttons back
Both
here
of the
now.
players. She's closer to the mouse. Ebony's closer to the mouse.
It's a dangerous game we're
She's
playing
clicking
back
the
here.
buttons. And if Andrew actually has 8-deuce, I don't think he'd be in the tank. He may actually have a different hand. Just a theory. Yeah, we're told by Alan that Andrew does not have 8-deuce, but for the sake of the show, I think I'm going to leave you all in suspense about what he might actually have.
Okay.
It's a hand that does have a decision in this spot. Unlike 8-deuce, where, unless we're playing a game where we can double down. Then,
Yeah, against an 8 or under.
Yeah. Which, incidentally, you still lose to Ace King in that game, so. He's going to move all in.
He does go all in.
And
2 full boards.
David's going to snap, and they're going to go twice.
So we get to find out what he has the same time you all do. Oh my God, is this jacks? Does he have pocket jacks?
Burns down.
I think we'd have had a reaction if he had jacks.
Yeah, true.
I think flop quads.
Oh,
She a
queens?
queen, and from what I understand, the other card is also a queen.
It looks, I would assume queen. I don't think he's going to be getting it in there with the ace queen. We can see the queen of clubs here.
And that's a hold for the queens, assuming that's queens.
I think they're running it twice, hence the board being pushed up a little bit. Okay.
That's right. They were going twice, and there's the ace. So seems like we're going to be chopping. That is 2 queens.
You did. Makes me feel good.
Now somebody's going to be that guy. I had a queen. Don't
I know.
tell me that.
I'm like, don't tell me. I don't want to know when you folded my outs.
Let me believe that there's still a possibility.
Right.
You just got to give me the belief.
Nice hand.
Chop it up.
I need you queen. I already put in got my money.
So Andrew scooping the top board and David hitting an ace to get the bottom board, and they are going to chop it up. So we got a whole lot of nothing happening in that hand except a little bit of a heart rate.
There was a bit of dead money in there, so they're not going to walk away completely empty-handed.
Yeah, they get a slight bonus.
So there's a collision of big hands. Maybe an anticlimactic outcome, but at least we got the collision of big hands.
You straddled 100.
And Andrew wasn't 3-betting with the 8-2 offsuit.
Yes,
So-
that restores my faith in his poker game right there. Like 8-deuce is pretty adventurous.
One more time.
C2 straddled 100. C2 straddling 100, and then C3 straddling 200.
Game on.
C4 straddling 400.
I'll take the same hand.
5 fold.
I'll take any of the cards that were in your guys' hands. No, thank you.
The 400 is on. We're going to see queens again, this time for David. He had the ace king, now he has the queens. Makes it 1200. Moneymaker calling with the king 10. 3 grand's in the
What
middle
are-
already.
What did they straddle to?
400.
Oh, 400 was the straddle.
Amit.
My God, and Amit's
Amit
got
with
pocket jack. Oh,
And he makes the call.
my
RJ.
God. Oh,
RJ
my
can't fold.
God.
RJ's got to fold.
Listen, with the 4-6 of hearts, I'm getting in there. Come on. It's only 800 more to call. I'm getting in
Over
there.
$4,000 in the middle, 3 ways as we go to the flop. Jack!
Oh, my
There's the jack!
God. King, Jack, 3, 2 hearts, Moneymaker flopping top pair, Amit flopping bottom set. David devastated to see a king high board, but he's
And Amit leading for the $3,000. He might let David off the hook here. Amit led into our razor. Amit made it $3,000. And David did not want to see that over. Sickening spot. He makes the folds. And now Moneymaker with top pair, kind of a lousy kicker though.
he does go all
Moves
in
all
here.
in, and he's gonna get snapped by the set. And Moneymaker down to just back doors.
You have kings?
I have a king.
You have a king.
He says, "Do you have kings?" That
And
is not
Moneymaker's
gonna
be
do
drawing
it.
dead here. Amit in line to stack Chris Moneymaker, who's going to make 2 pair just to have it rubbed in a little bit.
A massive pot. Amit here wins $17,000, over $17,000 going Amit's way. It'll set here. Moneymaker just getting coolered here, and yeah. Amit adds a chunk onto his stack. He's now got over $20,000 in his stack.
And he's not even the big winner. Andrew's still the big winner.
Oh my
2
God!
players up 5 figures. At what we advertised as a 5-10 game became a 5-10-20 game. We've now had 5-10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 400.
400.
More
Yeah.
straddles are better.
Wow.
You can re-straddle all the way to the button if given the opportunity. What a game. What a
I've
game we're
seen some wild, like, I'm waiting for, I think it's going to happen, honestly. I'm waiting for the straddle portion where somebody's just blind all in. Like, honestly, it feels like maybe it's Jason. Jason's got 1.1K. If I'm him, I'm ready to gamble, you know, because you get it in with you got the best of it, and, well, at least you think you have the best of it, and you can't hit, so nice chance to pick up lots of dead having. money here.
Yeah, and I have seen some people straddle their entire stack in Austin, so
Yes.
it's a thing that's happened on these airwaves before.
Yes, I've seen it in non-stream games and stream games, so I've been a part of this.
I thought you were going to turn on like Jack 10 or something.
Okay, guys, use the bumper.
I have like 15
Let's see
digits.
how we top that off.
I'm on double board.
I think we just had a dealer change, so we're going to follow it up with a bomb pot, actually.
In the right spots too, you know?
In case we didn't have enough action, we're going to have a bomb pot.
I think we all had dreams. Oh, you want 30?
4 cards, 2 boards.
Yes, I want 30.
Fair enough.
$68 likes, 69 likes. I think we can do better than that.
All right, we got 123 of y'all. I just need. All right, if you have a vowel in your name, go ahead and hit the like button. Let's see what we can do. If you have a vowel in your name, go ahead and hit the like button. It's mandatory, I think.
Yeah, seems like a good plan.
Yeah, let me go see. Now it's my turn to go hop onto the good old tube of you and see what we got going on over here.
As we get these bomb pot cards dealt out here. Four cards going to every player. Let's play exactly 2 cards at Showdown for those of you unfamiliar with PLO. Hot Limit Omaha. And first flop, ace 6-4, 2 clubs. Bottom will be king 4-4, 2 spades. Who's got the case 4? Be kind of a fun card to have. Amit has it. Amit has the case 4. He's got trips and doesn't really have much on the top though. He does pot it, makes it 200. And over to Jason.
There's
seat 6.
Oh yeah, he does have the 4. Okay. All right, I'm catching up.
Moneymaker calls Jack 9-5-5. I'm honestly, I don't know. Okay, well now he turns to Jack. Of course he turns to Jack. Moneymaker with a piece of the top, and Amit gonna check to Moneymaker now. Makes it 400. Amit makes the call. To the rivers we go, heads up. 6 pairs and then 3 on the bottom. So Amit with trip 4s, the only trip 4s since they're all on the board. With a 10 kicker. Moneymaker playing jacks on the top. Pair of jacks with a 9. Pretty marginal holding. And I think Amit's going to put him to the test here. Amit can feel pretty good about the bottom board. Probably would have heard from his set by now. Makes it 700. Can Moneymaker call Jack 9 on one board?
Sitting over there with a 4-6.
All right, I've hit the like button. We are now at, I believe it's 71 likes, y'all. Come on. We can do better than this.
And if you're watching this in the future in the archives, it's not too late to hit the like button.
Oh yeah. And I'm shameless. I have no problem begging. It's fine. You know, I'm a big believer in ask for what you want. Moneymaker does make the call. He's going to be so happy to see that he gets half of this pot.
Calling for half is always dangerous business.
Oh my God, especially with a hand like Jack 9-5-5, literally just jacks and 6s with a 9.
And it's not like there's a bunch of dead money in there either.
No.
What a call that was, but Moneymaker did not come here to fold clearly. That's what he's telling us here. Yeah, on our YouTube channel, TCHY Poker, There's archives from the entire 4-year run that we've had here on TCH Live. 4 years and counting.
What? So there's lots of footage of me playing there too then, huh? Not lots, maybe like 2.
Yeah, like if you've appeared on the show, you appeared on the show Saturday night for that final table. Yeah, you're in there.
Yeah, and
And
I played a
we
couple
played
years
together.
ago.
Yeah, we played together in Austin one night. Like we played
Yeah,
on one of the Austin
with
shows
Drew
together.
and
Yeah, Drew was
John.
there, John.
Yeah, and Poker Face Ash.
That was a great game. I
That
don't know how I
was a
got in
fun
that
game.
game. There's a bunch of famous people, and then there's me.
What do you mean you're famous?
For
The
certain
New
that-
York Knicks.
I'm Austin famous. Like
The
people,
New-
in Austin people.
The New York Knicks,
There we
okay? The New York Knicks.
Yeah.
I don't know any other places that can get the New York Knit on the stream.
No, people have tried, and then well, no, they haven't actually tried. I'm lying.
We got to stick with the first one. They've tried, and they cannot get you.
Yeah, well, the original voice of this show has tried to brand me the Long Island Flag, which is also a fun nickname.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Mikey, who was in here.
Mike Youngblood.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw he was supporting me the other night. Yeah, Long Island Flag also works. I do have that mode in me. Like, there's definitely, the nights where I feel like raising and not taking anybody's crap and just raising their eyes out, and
I want to
sometimes
see
that
this
works.
version of you. I want to
Every now and
see.
then.
I don't believe you. Do y'all believe him, chat? I don't think so.
I can take pocket queens and turn them into a bluff by the river.
All right, we got heads up action here. RJ hitting top pair and the backdoor nut flush draw. David with 2 overs. Going to bet here.
Gets called.
I think if RJ doesn't have the heart in his hand, that he could probably check raise to deny some equity to over cards and draw heavy cards. But having the ace of hearts, you get to just check call and be happy about it. David not shutting down here, betting 350 on this turn. Interesting card to barrel.
And
Wow.
David gets it done. Well done. Holding top pair. That is mad respect.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in the business of respecting people. It's actually my job to disrespect people.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all realize that as poker players, right? Your job is literally to disrespect people.
Absolutely.
Not like verbally, right? We're not
Yeah.
gonna accost anyone verbally or physically, but to put them in spots where it's just no, I don't respect you here. I wanna beat you.
I have top pair. Give me your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for real, I can count on one hand, when I've been on shows other than this one. The first time I was ever on a live stream was before the show even existed. It was for 30 minutes at some tournament at Run It Up Reno back when that was a thing. That's the first time I was ever on stream. I think one of those was the first time we'd met. It was out in Reno.
Oh my God,
Despite us both being in
2018 or 2019.
Yeah.
That was my first year at Running Up Reno, and then it
Sadly,
just
the
never
last year.
went. Yeah, it never went after that.
Yeah, stupid pandemic. Yeah, and then there was one time I made a final table at a different room here in the Houston area. And that's about it.
Ah.
And 2 kings for Moneymaker.
He's got a hand, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real hand. All right, we're rooting for Moneymaker now.
Yeah. And the good thing is, after some of these other hands we've seen, he's not going to have a lot of credibility. And you don't want credibility when you have it. Jason going to defend with a 5-3 suited. Shout out to Jamin Burton, who swears by that hand.
Yeah, which hand? 5-3
5-3
suited? Oh,
suited.
yeah, he had so many straight flushes with this hand. Jamin! Time Traveler Poker in the chat. Hello, hello.
Checks through. 3 of clubs. Can Moneymaker actually get paid here? Well, Jason has turned a pair. And he's going to bet it, so Moneymaker in line to get some money here. Jason drawing to just a 3 and a 3 alone. Moneymaker making the call. Alex gets out of the way. So the river we go. 1200 in the middle. 9 of clubs. Backdoor clubs come in. Does Jason empty the clip here? It's only half pot. Yeah, he's going to give up, I think.
He's gonna try to
He's
go to
gonna pray to
Showdown,
freeze big.
and
Chris is
Moneymaker
not
gonna
going to let
bet.
him.
Yeah, with the king of clubs, you're just happy to get it in.
Nice hand.
He
And
does get the call.
he pulled off. Yeah, he did pull off. I see a 0 there. He did pull off. So Chris gets a little bit back.
Looks like Jason might be done in the game. This maybe
That's
collecting his stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
GG Jason. Just couldn't get anything going. This queen's hand was so unfortunate. And after that, just yeah.
Thanks for playing. Yeah, sometimes it just goes like this. Like you just step in it and there's nothing you can do. Like
Yeah.
get the queens against aces and you lose. That's just how poker is sometimes.
Start folding every hand again.
They've all been there. So I imagine we'll get that seat filled fairly quick. I'm sure we've got alternates.
Yeah, there's a couple people on the list that I know of.
5, 10, 20, 50. 50.
Andrew and Amit still the big winners.
7, 8, raise 200. 9, 700.
Moneymaker raising up with the suited connector. 7-6 makes it 200. 8s get in there. 6s get in there. Ace. He didn't have ace king. Either he didn't have ace king or he wasn't at the table. Ace king's not folding. And set of 8s. So that would have actually not been a bad time for.
Well,
king
Moneymaker
to,
has an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw.
He has too many outs, as they say. RJ with top pair. Moneymaker makes it 4. Where'd that set go?
It was a figment of our imagination, your imagination. The Moneymaker in better shape than we thought now.
Yeah, RJ calling with the top pair. And Moneymaker got the job done. He didn't have to try and get there with his too many outs. And I do believe the 6th seat has just filled. Someone wearing what I believe is a hockey jersey. I have to admit I don't follow hockey that closely. I can't. Okay, a Minnesota Wild fan. Okay.
Minnesota who?
The Minnesota Wild. They're a hockey team.
Wild, okay.
Old, like, minor league hockey team from Houston.
Oh, an old minor league hockey team in Houston? Is that what he said?
I don't know.
Been in, like 2012.
I don't know.
I appreciate it.
Okay, some minor league team. Okay, not the Minnesota Wild. Some
Took me a while to
minor league hockey team.
He said an old minor league hockey team in Houston. This is what I'm listening
Okay.
to the table talk of,
Yeah.
of Mr. O'Sullivan here.
C6.
He looks like he played for that team years ago.
Does have the build of a hockey player.
Raise 50. 50. Raise 50. Raise 150. 50.
So Amit playing the 8-7 suited as a re-raise. A small one at that. Alex calling with the 5-4. King 10-10. Only one of those cards being black. We have clubs and spades out there. Was hoping for something a little bit flushier.
I'm sure they were also hoping for something a little bit flushier. Whoever bets first takes it down. Oh,
The computer's deciding that we had more players, and somebody's got a 10, and
someone
this is
has
a good
king
board to have
10.
10. Yeah, Viet has 10s full of kings, and Andrew is not in there with a 10, which is very lucky for him because 10-9's drawing dead there. So Amit made it 575 with his air ball, and Viet is just trapping him, giving him every chance to bluff off. Amit drawing dead.
As I said, Amit has definitely, he is pumping the gas this second half of the stream.
Viet in position so he can be sure that money goes in on the river. Not that he's getting paid here. Amit checks to him, and Viet going with the 1800.
And just takes it down. Unfortunately for Viet, Amit was just bluffing, so he's not going to make any money on the river, but happy to get 2 barrels of action from Amit with his 8 high. Got to feel good if you're Viet.
Absolutely. Flopping nuts, and they bluff into you. That's the dream.
He'll feel really good about this hand if he watches the playback. He'll be like, oh, I made the max.
You see these showdown numbers. Some of these players happy to get to showdown. Like Amit hitting there 38% of the time he's in there. Andrew and David up over 30%. People aren't folding here. That's what I'm finding.
Listen, I'm with the people who don't fold. I hate folding. I think it is the worst thing that you can do in poker. And I know that you think it's the best thing you can do in poker.
It's a necessity, you know. Like sometimes we have to do things that we don't enjoy, and giving up sometimes you got to do that.
See, I'm no quitter. Viet raising here with pocket 10s.
And Wes with a 7 deuce. I don't think we have a 7 deuce game on, but he's going to re-raise the 7 deuce. 250 with the 7 deuce. And he will get it heads up. And if we get some overs, he might even win. Get some overs to these 10s.
10-7 deuce. I'm so mean. Well,
there's a 10. Viet's got the top set. Wes has backdoors. And Wes was the 3 better, so Viet checks to him, and Wes will put out that C bet. And I think if we're Viet, we probably check call just because we block a lot of the stuff that Wes could keep going with.
yeah, there's no need on a 10-6-5 rainbow board. There's not really any draws that 3-bet here pre-flop, so there's no need. You just got to let him try to catch up. Like you have a lock on this hand.
Wes has turned a pair and is now drawing dead. Pair of deuces for him. And he doesn't think this deuce is good enough. He is going to bet again.
He does bet half pot here. Again, if I'm Viet, I think it's just a call here.
Does make the call, it appears. Next up, we go to the river. 2K
Oh
trips for Wes.
my God! Check, 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 Viet. You got to check again. Do the 3rd check. It's very good for yes, baby. And by the way, y'all, I'm not rooting for or against anyone in this. I mean, I'm rooting for Moneymaker, obviously, but other than that, I'm just rooting for action because this is when we get to wake up and
You're gonna get
the game
your wish
comes
here.
alive.
Wes is definitely betting these trips. How big does he go?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes pot, maybe a little over pot. What is that, 2,200? A little over pot.
That looks like it. And this will obviously be a jam with 5K for
Yeah.
Viet.
Mm-hmm.
Tens full of deuces. Rest in peace, Doyle.
Oh my
Tens and
goodness. Yeah.
deuces. Taking the obligatory time to make it look like he actually has a choice. We know he doesn't have a choice.
He says all in.
Does move all in. And
He's not folding. He knows he's not folding. It's so sad.
he
Yeah.
calls off. And Wes has had a bad night. It's going to get worse.
Oh, wow.
He hits the back door to get stacked. That's the worst feeling. You hit the river to pay the guy off.
Yeah, really, that's like the only river that he can go broke on.
Viet getting the full double up. Almost $12,000 going to be sitting in front of Vegas Viet
4,000.
once West gets the bill here. 48.30 the bill for that last bet from the sound of it. Another monster pot. West having a nightmare of an evening.
Yeah, no fun for West. Down $14,400.
But he's in good company. Moneymaker hasn't had a good go of it either.
Yeah, down 11K, Moneymaker. And we got two big winners. Amit up 10K, Andrew up 11.7K. And Viet with that pot is actually only up 2.7K, but thrilled to have dug himself out of a hole with that 10 high board, running deuces.
And the good news is we're heading to that last hour. Sometimes the action gets a bit spicier in that last hour, especially when maybe people feel like they want to get out of the hole on screens.
Yeah, this last hour is always spicy. People, I mean, this is when you really see what people came to do, right? You get some people who will just kind of lock it up. They sit back. They're like, you know. And then you get other people who are like, no, it's time. It is time.
And we should be heading for another bomb pot here on the Steeler change.
Yes, it's time for me to bring out my snacks. Bomb pot means snacks for me. I'm about 2/3 of the way through my little Lunchable here.
Enjoy.
I knew you thought about check raising the turn,
Yeah.
but I was just like, when I went to hit the river, I was like,
Well, like, man,
Get
I'm feeling
these
you don't
cards
have
shuffled
anything
up,
here.
get them washed up, get them
I always
dealt out.
raise the turn.
Cards getting dealt out now as we speak.
Yeah, that would have been bad. Gotta go with my instinct.
And here come the flops. King 3 deuce, 2 spades. 8-5-4 rainbow. And who's got what now? Alex has the nut spade draw and a wrap on the top. Has bottom 2 on the bottom, makes it 150. And top set for RJ. Gonna make the call. It's top set, but it is a one-way hand. We do have to sound that warning. David calling as well with a pair and some straight possibilities. It's a little bit light. We go 3 ways though. 6 and a 10. So the 9-7 has an open ender on the bottom. Alex has turned the nut straight. He pots it. Has a pair of 4s on the bottom. RJ has middle set or second set, I suppose. has nothing at all on the top, and he makes the fold. He's not going to try and pursue half the pot. Over to David, who should strongly consider doing the same thing, I think. Open ender on one side and gutter on the other, and he does fold. And the straight is a really great way to get yourself quartered as well. People can have the same straight as you. They can have the same trips as you. Flushes and sets, different story. Flushes and sets, nobody else is going to have that, but
Yeah, this is why the bomb pots always get me, because I'm just like, oh, look, I have a straight. It's fine. I'm clearly a Hold'em player and barely won at that. So the PLO players keep Hold'em players like me alive.
now this is where I am really glad that I've spent some time playing mixed games, and I know my way around a split pot. Knowing that this is a one-way hand, I shouldn't go too crazy. Unless I have an immortal lock, and then I can either keep it multi-way or blast my way into a scoop. One or the other. And be aware of when somebody can have the same hand as you. Play 8 or better, see how many times somebody makes the same nut low as you.
Yeah, the thing is like I just see hands like Moneymaker calling with jacks and fives with a 9 or jacks and fours with a 9
Yeah, that's a
and
very
getting
weak
half the
call.
pot. I'm like, yeah, see I got 3 pair. It's good.
Yeah, every now and then it's good. And in this particular lineup, it can be good. But this lineup has been on the looser side, and there we go. There's our flop. Gutter for RJ. We'll make the bet. Everyone else with just overs, and Wes floating with the overs. That's the wrong over for him. Check. Another raise. Wes does have the best hand with queen jack high.
He is gonna turn his best hand into a bluff. He has, no way of knowing you have the best hand, but he does take it down. Thank y'all for hanging out with us here. We are rolling now. We are now in officially in hour 4 of this live stream. It's the last and final hour here at TCH in Houston. I'm Ebony Kenny, joined by
William Ladd, the New York Knit with you this evening from Houston. Usually you see and hear me in Austin. Tonight I'm in Houston. It has been a fun week.
Yeah. We got a couple final tables between the two of us.
We made final tables.
Third place finishes.
Final tables. And now we're calling this amazing game with Chris Moneymaker, Wes Cutshall, and a bunch of other wonderful characters. And we still get to play the main event this weekend. And there's the 1-2 meetup game with Moneymaker tomorrow evening. I'm sure I'll be around.
Yeah, maybe you can commentate the live stream tomorrow, because I'll be playing it tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. I don't know if they need someone back here, but if they need somebody back here, I'll lend my voice to that. And
I just volunteer you. You like that?
We'll figure that out tonight. I got no problem. On the table, in the booth, I don't care. I'll be a part of the show. I love doing this. I love hanging out with all of you in the chat. Jack 5-5. And it is Alex and our newcomer Calvin, who both have a jack. It is RJ betting here, making it 325 in position. Not going to get this through. Calvin calls. No, he raises to 700. He basically clicks it. And it's going to get the better jack out of there.
Yeah, I don't love this raise, but because your hand is it's good enough to call a couple streets, and it's not really good enough to call if you check raise and you get jammed on here, or it's not good enough for that. But it does work, and he does get Alex to fold the better jack there, folding king jack. So it works out. So who am I to say?
Like, what's giving you action? Like a better jack and a 5. Like, that's what's giving you action there. So it's probably one of those raises to see where you're at. But the problem is when they tell you where you're at, it's maybe not going to be great.
Yeah, the thing is you'll know where you're at right away sometimes,
Yeah.
but even then, you just put yourself in these tough spots unnecessarily, in my opinion.
I'm sitting there with a 5. I say, okay, I have a 5. I call, get wrecked. Go ahead and fire the next street as well, and I'll take more of your money. The funny thing is, so like basically, like I was plan A to call the Monday night final table. 10th place was a real possibility for me. Like I had dwindled a bit, and then like I end up getting aces in the big blind, and I let somebody bluff off their stack into me, and then then we're good. But
I remember you had tweeted to me, "Oh, don't be." I think that you thought, that I had cursed you.
This was after the quads versus flush hands. This was right after the quads versus flush hands, and it got dicey there. It got dicey, but it worked. Like we ended up making it work. But yeah, like if they want to bluff, let them bluff.
Yeah, let them for sure.
And you've got a hand that you pretty much never have to fold. Let them bluff.
We got hands moving right along here on this final table. Final table. Maybe it's the final table of 5, 10, 20.
Maybe like it's just gonna kill the game. Like we've had so much action that the entire 5, 10, 20 plus ecosystem is gonna just disappear. At least until hyperinflation makes all those dollars worthless, and every game's 510. And the 100 is on, and David has ace king. He's made it 300. And Amit with ace 10 on that $100 straddle. He is going to defend it. He is dominated, and ace could be real trouble for him as we go heads up to the flop. No ace, jack, jack, 9. Ace king still ahead. Chop, check, check. The 9 pairs, and now we're in line to chop. Jacks and 9s with an ace.
Amit not afraid. Leading here in 550 after the check by David in position.
This is way better for the big blind defender, which is what Amit essentially is, being on the last straddle. David going to call with his ace. Full house on board. And Amit going to slightly overbet it and going to make David call for half the pot.
I love this.
Amazing. This is an amazing bet. I love it.
Come on, Amit. I love this so much.
If you could win all the pot, these aren't great odds. Like, you have to be right more than a third of the time. And the best we can win here is half the pot, so double that number.
Oh my goodness.
We're only getting half the money here.
Yeah, and against a player like Amit who doesn't seem to, who seems like it's unlikely that he is going to double barrel bluff. He does take it down. Good bet, Amit. I am quickly becoming a massive fan of this player. Amit. Am I saying it right? Is it or A?
I'm not sure.
Amit?
They don't give us any sort of guidance on these things. So I can't say, unfortunately. I hope I get people's names right. And these showdown numbers, Amit just avoided a showdown, actually. He was able to bet his opponent off of a chop. And RJ with 10s. The 100 is on. RJ has 10s. And RJ goes for the 300. Start with about $7,500, playing plenty deep. David, ace 10 suited. Gonna make that call. What does West have? West calls with 5-4 offsuit.
I like it more than the 7 deuce.
At least he can make it straight this time. But the 7 deuce was suited. Famous last words, it was suited. We go 3 ways. 7-6 deuce. Now, if only he had 7 deuce.
7 deuce or 4-5. You know, he got the
4-5
open
would
ender
work,
here.
too. Yeah.
Obviously, 7 deuce way better
Yeah.
than 4-5 in this spot, but
He's got enough that he's going to have to keep going, for better or worse. And RJ's going to give him the chance to keep going with his overpair. Goes a quarter pot. David with overs and backdoors. Could float. And now Wes has an even better price to try and find himself an 8 or a 3.
and he does with the check raise. If there was a player on this table that was going to do it, it was definitely going to be Wes.
Makes it 1100. You can't fold an overpair, right? Especially like what we've seen from Wes tonight. Can you fold an overpair?
I mean, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it.
He's not going to fold that overpair. He's going to make the call, and this is where ace-10 suited has to get out of the way. You have the backdoors and the overs, but you're also not getting a good price. You don't have the implied odds anymore. So I think this is where we're going to just have to say goodbye.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing from David here is a little bit of frustration with a couple of the hands that have been playing out. He hasn't really been... He's been catching pretty good cards, but whiffing a lot of the boards.
Yeah,
So not really able to do much, and so he's just a little frustrated.
And he does find the fold, and he keeps getting blasted on. He doesn't even get to try and hit anything. The 9 is 1 pip too many for Wes. And it's actually even worse than that, because now an 8 is going to make a better straight for RJ. This is actually a really lousy turn. And another 9 is going to mean that Wes bricks it all. Turn goes check, check. I don't know that he can bluff river now.
I mean, he could. The only hand that he would be representing here is 8-9, going runner, runner for trips.
Yeah, true. 8-9. Exactly 8-9. And he is going to bluff it. I think that's about 2/3.
I think it's a little too small.
2200 is the bet. I mean, if we want to talk about bluff, saying you have 5-4 and then perhaps 7-6 that just ended up with 3 pair.
Yeah, but I think 7-6 is
Probably bets
gonna
turn.
barrel. Yeah, is betting the turn. So exactly 8-9. 8-9 does play exactly like this. They are gonna check back on the turn a large percentage of the time.
Yeah, you don't need
And they are gonna, you know, bet big here. But the thing is, with a bet like this, right? So rarely are you going to get raised here on this river. So with your bet sizing, I'm thinking you want to get in max pressure if you have the 9, right? And then if you're bluffing, max pressure because you want to get better hands like 10s to fold. So to me, I think 2/3 is slightly too small. I would have gone probably 80 to 90% pot, if not pot. But this looks like it might get it done. We'll see. RJ doesn't
He's
like to fold.
agonizing.
Yeah, he doesn't like to fold. And I hear you, RJ. A man after my own heart. I get it. I feel that deep sigh. And yeah, if you're Wes here, you're realizing that your bet sizing here might just slightly be too small because he's so tormented. RJ is tormented about this. But if you're Wes, you're probably thinking, yep, slightly bigger bet probably would have got this done already. I'm rooting for the fold here.
It'd be nice for Wes to find himself a win the way this night's gone. He at least put RJ in the blender. What do you think you do in the chat if you find yourself in this spot?
I would have if I'm in town, for sure. And I'll probably win it too.
I appreciate it. Now I can win.
Yeah.
I actually want to run this hand. I mean, I don't think 4-5 is ever in there, so it's like almost an impossible hand to run. But I'm just curious about the bet sizing here because it does feel like it needs to be a bit more than this.
Yeah, I think bigger he probably would have folded by now.
Yeah.
How much is the buy for that one? He's good. He can rebound that. Buyers will.
Feels like he's going to make the call here. When you take this long, you're agonizing this bad. He's convinced himself too. I think at this point, I feel like what RJ's thinking about is he just doesn't want to make, like, he's just like, ugh.
This is where we're going to kiss the 2200 goodbye because
Yeah.
he backdoored us. Now he makes
Hey,
the
nice hand, Wes.
call. Well done, Wes.
Yep.
Well done.
Oh my!
He showed
And he
it.
shows the 4-5.
Wow.
Man. What'd I tell y'all? It's our job to be disrespectful.
That was the perfect size.
Yeah. What a hand. And if you look at this, you look at these player stacks, I wonder if RJ was thinking this is my profit for the night because that was his profit for the night. Like that would have gone into the pot there.
Yeah,
Maybe
this is the part, you know, where we see what players are made of at this point.
Maybe he's just trying to bring it home.
Yeah, that's
He gives 8-9.
And as he just said, it's a horrible river. It is a horrible river.
All right, I've officially eaten all of my Lunchable.
Be it free betting is nines.
I love 4-5 of spades. 4-5 suited is such a good hand, but 4-5 of spades, for whatever reason, any hand in spades just feels like an extra level of yes.
And David likes it enough to take a flop, and he does flop himself a 4 and a backdoor. $175 gets the call from David, who picks up a wheel draw. Ace might slow it down a bit. We'll see. Nut clubs just made top pair, but might have also raised the flop. Viet fires again, saying, hey, I can have the ace. I'm the raiser. I'm the 3-better. 400 gets the call. David looking for a 5-4 or deuce, but gets a queen instead. Another over for Viet. He may just take it to showdown at this point. He will do that. He'll check it back. And the nines are going to be good for him. $1,825 pot going his way. See these V pips, and even Alex is over 20% now. Calvin hasn't had a lot of chances to get in there yet. He's just had one chance so far, but we still have time for some more chances, and we still see some high V pips on the other side. RJ over half the hands. Moneymaker might have gotten it out of his system by now. He's sitting at 41.
Yeah, I think that King 10 hand certainly, you know, he's a little snake bitten now. You know, he's like, you know what, we're good. 41's good. We don't need to go any higher.
Well, we're gonna get Calvin in the game. He's got suited broadways. He's gonna get to play himself a hand. He'll make it $300. Alice with a better 10 makes the call. Amit can squeeze here. Ace queen offsuit, big blinds. Chooses the call instead.
I cannot wait for the day that Amit decides to 3-bet in these spots. Man, he's going to be unstoppable when he does that.
On the bright side, he is double dominating his opponents, but he's not going to feel great about this flop. King 8-6, where ace queen is the best hand, but he's not going to feel like that. Calvin, our raiser, continuing for 550, and this just works. He had the worst hands, and now he has the pot. E-Boss Rouse saying, well, he called off referring to RJ. He called off with 6 deuce earlier for bottom pair, and then he folds the overpair. That's it is something where it's hard to believe sometimes that you'd see both of those hands, but I do think with that second hand, those running nines were like sort of a nightmare run out where like the draws actually, as Ebony had said, like that one of the obvious draws does make trips on you.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that's the beauty of poker, E-Boss, is that just there's so many different. Oh my goodness! All right, we got sevens here. Andrew's got aces again.
That's a beauty of a hand.
It's just at so we're at 50 this time for the straddle.
David's going.
David is.
That is unfortunate timing.
What did I say? That he was frustrated. I called it a couple hands ago that he was feeling frustrated, and this is proof, ladies and gentlemen. David's been playing pretty tight all night long, and now he is drawing. He's got 2 chances at a 7 and a 7 only, or running clubs. Oh, they're running twice. Okay. Oh yeah, where the board is. Yeah.
None of those is a 7. And so those red aces will hold on the first board. Here comes run out number 2. King 4 deuce. Not even a backdoor for the 7s. Another deuce. One more chance to not get scooped. Nope. Aces hold on both boards. Andrew going to stack David. A good night, going to get better for him. See if David wants to reload here.
It looks like he did reload. Had some chips in his pockets.
I think our minimum sign it was $1,000, and it's an uncapped game, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. There he is. There's Chris Moneymaker.
Oh, he's alive. He's
awake.
Oh my goodness. Good morning, sunshine.
Calvin gets defend with 7 deuce.
Moneymaker announcing probably going to bet 100 on the flop.
6-3-3 rainbow.
He does bet 100.
Not a bad bet. And 7 deuce is going to say, just kidding. Didn't he see what happened the last time somebody played 7 deuce?
I do appreciate that.
Against Moneymaker, if I recall correctly, was it Moneymaker who had the 10s?
No, it was Viet.
It was Viet, that's right.
Yeah, Viet had the 10s.
I told you I get confused as the night goes on. Michael cheering for RJ.
Had to eat dinner, back to watch my boy RJ. RJ just made a big fold here. And if you notice, he's not at the table right now, probably taking a walk from being shown the bluff by West on the 5-6 deuce 9-9 run out. Or 6-7 deuce 9-9 run out. 6-7, yeah, 6-7 deuce 9-9 run out. RJ having to fold pocket 10s against the missed straight draw of West, aka 5 high, and West did show the bluff after RJ was in the tank for a long time. He's back at the table now. He's ready. Took a walk, little breather, maybe splashed some cold water on his face. I know when I was a kid, my mom would always tell me splash cold water on my face whenever I was crying. And I used to get so mad at her for telling me these things. Did your mom ever tell you this?
I don't think I'd ever gotten that one. No.
Oh my gosh. My mom, whenever I was like crying or like really upset about stuff, my mom would tell me to go splash cold water on my face. And now as someone who I love, I do cold therapy and I have a cold plunge and I'm in there, I think, cold water is everything. It's like, honestly, it really does do wonders.
And if I did get the cold water speech and I'm forgetting, I'm sure my mom will be texting me anytime now. There's a reasonable chance she's got it on. My family will often have the show on when I'm on.
Yeah, so if anyone out there, if you're ever feeling like you're in tilt mode, you need to be like drop back in your body, you need, some self-regulation, go to the bathroom, splash some cold water on your face. Just put in your hands a little bit. You'll feel it'll perk you right up and get you right back into being like, all right, I can do this. Whatever it is.
Yeah. Uh, 150 gets several calls. Viet's going to get in there. I predicted that, so I said several. I knew Viet was doing that. Suited ace, he's going to be in there. Jack 6-6. And that's a good flop for Amit, who has 3 sixes.
Ooh, and he's gonna play it a little tricky.
Where did his hand just disappear? He's actually still in the hand. The computer ate it, but he's still there. And RJ turns a king, which is going to be a problem for RJ. 250 the bet from Amit. Apologies for the graphic issue here. There it is. There's Amit's hands. To the river we go, and that is a queen. So, big problem for RJ here. He now has 3 pair. He has kings and queens and sixes.
Yeah. And with the way this hand went pre-flop, on the flop when it went check. There's no way you think your opponent has a 6 here. I'm surprised that. Oh my goodness. RJ I think just going to make a crying call. The only thing he can do.
Yeah, makes the call. Does not overplay the backdoor 2 pair. I give him credit for that. There are players who might think that hand has a bit more value than calling river, but he'll minimize the damage at least. And
Yeah.
And it'll take the pot and adds to his 5-figure win.
Yeah, I do think that, Amit did RJ a favor there by leading the river because I think RJ loses a lot more if Amit just check raises.
Absolutely.
And I don't think there's really much that RJ is going to be able to do because a lot of times, that board looks like kings and sixes with the queen, right? There seems like a lot of chop pots, etc. And the way that the hand went down, the flush draw missed. I don't know. So RJ, honestly, give yourself a pat on the back for, it feels like you're stepping in shit right now, but Amit helped you out there a little bit. So
Lost the minimum.
yeah, exactly what your boy Mike is in the chat. Michael M says that's tough. Cut that one and keep rolling. Could have been worse. Absolutely.
Yeah. And sometimes a good session is defined by the times where you minimized your losses when it could have gotten really ugly. And that's definitely part of your win rate as well. How much you don't dump when things go south.
Yeah, it's really it's all about minimizing your losses, maximizing your wins. Like, or even pots that you won, could it be one more? Could you have one more? And in the pots that you lost, could you have lost less? Am I vegetarian? Oh, I think you missed the part where I was eating my homemade Lunchable, huh? I am so far from vegetarian. I was just eating, high quality stuff, nitrate free and raw. I was eating some raw sharp cheddar, some smoked Gouda, some pepperoni, some salami, pistachios, and a banana. I am carnivore at heart.
Yeah, same here. Yeah. I'm a frequent flyer at Raising Cane's.
Oh my God, Raising Cane's is so good.
If I'm doing fast food, I go. If I'm home, I'll cook. I'll do a bit better than fried stuff. But yeah, when I'm on the road, stuff like that is what I usually end up doing. Like I'll often get canes before I do a show actually in Austin. Like there's a canes not that far from TCH Austin, and I'll often eat there, and then I'll go do a show.
Yeah,
And
Canes was we discovered my kids and I discovered Canes when we were living in Orange County, California, and man, it is.
that was a revelation when I got here to Texas. Like they're
Mhm.
not in New York yet. Like they're going to be in New York soon, I hear, but they're not in New York yet. They weren't in Seattle. I was in Seattle before I came down here to Texas 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was a revelation. That
You
and
know,
there's Sonics everywhere.
you know what else is really good? We don't have it in Austin, but I discovered we have it here in Houston.
What's that?
Dave's Hot Chicken.
Dave's Hot Chicken. Yeah, they got one of those in front of Horseshoe out in Vegas.
Oh, it's so good. I
It
discovered
is.
it this past summer and during the World Series, and oh my God, they got me. They got me the other night. It was the first time I had ordered any to-go food in a while. It's been a couple weeks, and if anyone knows me, I order a ton of food. I've actually paid, I'm sure, several people's rent on DoorDash over the past several years. But yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised to see that there's a Dave's Hot Chicken in Houston. And for me, that just makes me feel like it's only a matter of time before it's in Austin.
One of these days. Like there's at least one, like as you're going north, like I see a sign for it as I go north, to, like when I'm going towards Dallas or someplace north of that. But like I haven't actually had it in Texas yet. I've only had it when I've been at Horseshoe
Yeah.
and you know, eating in front of there on break. So we go three ways here. Enough chicken talk. How about diamond draws? Let's talk about those. RJ has middle pair and a diamond draw. Moneymaker, top pair, and the back door better diamonds. Wes will have to just spectate this as Moneymaker makes it 500. He was our raiser. RJ choosing to call. He does have middle pair. He can comfortably call. And queen on the turn.
I think sometimes if I'm RJ, you can check raise here because you know you're never folding here, having a pair and a flush draw. But as we said, as we've all been watching, at home and here in the booth, RJ has, gotten his shin kicked a couple of times over the past couple orbits. So tough goings for RJ. So he's not going to do anything other than call.
Like he's going to hate it to be sitting there with middle pair and then Moneymaker just says 4,000.
Yeah.
And RJ going to break it out, unfortunately.
I feel like this hand's going to go check here. Moneymaker looking to extract some thin value, maybe? Or is he going to turn this jack into a bluff? I don't think so. I think it's going to be thin value.
And
what did he bet? Oh, I want to see.
He made it 1,500 and got the fold, I believe. So Moneymaker going to drag that pot in.
And once again, RJ losing the minimum with a hand that you are definitely just going to see all 5 cards with.
Yeah, I get the check call. Like you have a draw. Well, it's probably going to be good. At the end of the day, though, you do just have middle pair, no kicker. And there are hands that you're beating. Like you're beating the air balls that are just c-betting. You're beating the ace highs. You're beating better diamond draws. Like you have a pair.
Well, you're also beating a lot. There's a ton of ace highs and king highs and queen highs that are just c-betting, right?
Exactly.
So a lot of times, one of the reasons I like to check raise in these spots. Oh, we got a couple ace kings here. One of the reasons I like to check raise in those spots is to deny some equity, and also if they do decide to float, right, you can set the price over what the turn is going to be. So if you're gonna see. You're going to see all 5 cards. You're going to get to the river. You, at least by check raising on the flop, you get to set the price for how much the turn bet is.
And you do take control for sure. I haven't thought of it that way too often, actually. But yeah, that is something that I can try mixing in a bit more. As we're going to go heads up here, and they're both going to miss. It is Calvin who was the last raiser. Andrew choosing not to 4-bet his ace-king. We go check, and we are going to chop now if we get to Showdown. $30 the price tag according to our graphics. I don't think it was $30. It was $300. That makes more sense. And 3 on the ends, and so we are going to chop it as we check. So we are going to chop it, and 2 premium hands, and we get a whole lot of nothing.
Everybody loves the chop pots.
They sure do.
Well, Andrew's the big winner in this pot, taking home an extra $5.
Yeah, he was in worse position, so he does get that extra chip. We play in increments of $5 in a game like this. Any $1 chips you see on the table are just for tipping the dealer. Does C6 have an Aggie ring? I don't know. I'm usually not one to be checking out jewelry. I may be doing life wrong. Like my eyes aren't going to what rings they're wearing.
I love jewelry, accessories. Even like today, I'm in my sweatpants, got no makeup on. I'm just like, I'm just here. But I got on a couple rings.
You do got some stuff on
and
there.
I got some earrings on. I'm still here. I'm here, but I'm here, you know? Oh, hello, Squans. It's the bacon hater himself. How you doing? Hi, Squans. James Lewison, one of my mods in Twitch, does not like bacon or Dr. Pepper. Cannot be trusted.
Those are both wonderful things.
Correct, right? Right?
Especially Dr. Pepper, as I understand it, is a Texas thing.
I knew I was made to be in Texas. Dr. Pepper has been my favorite drink forever.
I'm a big fan of Dr. Pepper. You're up to like I have Dr. Pepper, or I've got an A&W root beer if I'm going the decaf route. Like that's the way I've gone right now. And Queens are in last place here. We have a king and we have trips, and that's still what we have here. Currently, that is an Aggie ring, and now Garrett is cheering for Calvin in seat 6.
Hey, well, I'm rooting for RJ in this spot. Probably going to get paid off a little bit here. Amit, ooh.
Amit looking like he's going to bet, and I don't think RJ is going to be folding this time. 7's full of deuces for him. 475 the bet from Amit. I imagine we're going to be seeing a raise from RJ. How big are we going? I don't know. What do you think? 1,500 maybe?
I think probably about 1325. Oh my God, just a call? Maybe to call to get the David in as well. But I think I prefer a raise here.
Second pair 3 ways would be a pretty adventurous call. And he does make the fold. And RJ going to take this one. I'm with you, Michael. I'd be raising as well. I don't know that I'm going to get called by a king, but I got to try and get called by a king. Or a deuce. Like, if he somehow has a deuce that backdoored it, then that's a miracle. And he's going to be on the hook for a lot of money. But we got to give it a try. His thinking was probably, well, maybe David has a king, given that he called flop. Like, maybe David has a king and he's going to feel compelled to call river.
Yeah, I understand that he's trying to get, but honestly, it's just an extra 500, and really you can raise in that spot and make it 12 or 1300, and really just seal the deal that you're going to get at least 700, especially because he's been losing a lot, you know, so it could look like a frustration raise.
It's been a rough hour, and we're going to go 3 ways here. 200 and 2 callers. Swing and a miss for ace queen, just a backdoor club.
West does flop top pair here. Viet definitely has to be happy with this board. Probably going to check call. West 100% betting this flop.
300 it is, and Moneymaker can float this. A lot of good turns for him. And if he misses turn, he has an easy decision.
Viet probably thinking check raising here. Literally, he could be thinking about every single scenario, right? He could check raise, he could check fold, he could check call here, right?
Absolutely. And I see a bunch of chips in his hands. Those are raising chips.
Check raise it is. He does make it 1100. And I kind of like this from Viet. Unfortunately for him, West does have top pair. But this is a very good board for pocket sevens, and you do want to deny equity from overcards like Moneymaker floating with the ace queen.
Yeah. Ace queen's
So this
gonna
is
probably be
good.
gone now, and it's only 900, which might be a bit too small. West is gonna call, and he's gonna have the price there. So Moneymaker out of there. He does at least get it heads up. And there's the queen. He gets Moneymaker out of there right before he was gonna spike the turn.
Moneymaker just laser beaming that turn. So sad.
Now he still just has to get that pair of nines out of there if he wants this pot. And is Wes in a folding mood after everything that's happened tonight?
Listen, I don't think Wes is in a folding mood, but I think if you're Viet, you have to either absolutely decide to give up on this hand or fire.
Yeah,
I don't think there's an in between. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else that you can do.
And he is going to fire. $1,400, and this is probably the decision point for Wes as well. If he calls here, I think on a lot of rivers, he's going to have to make the call.
I don't know. See, if I'm West, you have the king of diamonds here. I think this is an easy call. You're sad about it, but I do think you have to continue. Not an easy call, but it does feel like more a call, especially on a 6-9 deuce board. There aren't too many draws that Viet would be trying to bet out, right? It does just feel like denying equity from overcards because you're not going to be raising here with 9s, 6s, deuces.
There's the call, and there's another 6. I don't know that many middle pairs were going to check raise flop the way Viet did, so Wes perhaps feeling a bit more comfortable here. And Viet going to give up, I think. He's going to check, and Wes going to check back. He's going to take down this nearly $5,500 pot. 4-1 for Wes. I wonder if Viet decided, well, maybe this is a lost cause after everything we've seen tonight.
Well, I do think there are a lot of rivers that Viet could fire again. I think the board pairing, especially middle pair on the flop, I think it doesn't do anything except make Wes's calling rate. Like, it just makes it easier for him to call a lot of rivers. A lot of river bets.
Absolutely. And on to the next hand. About another 20 minutes or so this evening. Be sure and like if you haven't done so already. Be sure and subscribe to this channel. Get notifications turned on. Find out every time we're on the air. TCH Live Poker on the air pretty much every day these days across Austin, Dallas, and Houston, which is where we are tonight.
William, do you know the next time we're going to be on the air?
I believe we're going to be on the air tomorrow night at 9 for a 1-2 live stream.
Oh my goodness, you are absolutely correct.
Sounds like it'll be a blast. And holy comboli for ace queen. The gutter and the diamonds. Calvin with top pair.
Too many outs. Too many outs.
Way too many. Even the over would be good. 260, the bet from the too many outs.
Oh, I like this. Okay, let's see. Amit in there with the jack 4. Calvin's got top pair. It doesn't look like he's going to go anywhere. He doesn't seem like somebody who came to fold, to be honest with you.
He didn't wait on that alternate list for however long to fold.
Yeah.
And ace queen is going to break it out.
Too many outs.
Don't know why our graphics decided to just glitch out the hands, but see what happens here.
We can all guess and speculate as to what action is happening right now.
Looks like it was a bet and a call.
Amit bets. And Calvin calls. Calvin
And
does win. He rivers kings and fives with a jack.
that's right. And he gets pushed the pot. If it's going to eat the rest of the hands, I wish it would at least give us the overhead so we know what's going on. Oh, well.
Do you want it to add in 2,000?
All right.
9
Looks like it's just the 20,
One call.
his hands, and Moneymaker going to raise it up. Alex calling. Looks like all the sevens are spoken for. Calvin with ace queen, a squeezably good hand, but chooses to call. We don't see a lot of squeezing happening tonight. The queen is going to get a piece of it, though. Top pair for Calvin. David and RJ both with a pair of threes. Checks over to RJ, who makes it 150 with his 7-3. Calvin obviously going nowhere. Top pair, top kicker. David comes in there. Moneymaker wants to float. He wants to try and see that back door. Alex calls. That's like we're playing a bomb pot or something. Over $1,000 in the middle somehow on this board with these hands.
Listen, Moneymaker's trying to get, he's like, give me a gut shot, give me some hearts, give me something. Oh!
King of hearts. How about a heart draw for Moneymaker?
Moneymaker, do it. Yes.
Moneymaker leading this
600,
turn.
60% pot.
These weak pairs have to get out of there. Calvin downgraded to second pair.
As I said, I had the feeling that Calvin did not come here to fold, but give us an ace of hearts just because.
Ace of hearts for chaos. Eight
Yeah.
of spades. So,
All right, Moneymaker cannot check this back, though.
Yeah.
If Calvin checks, Moneymaker cannot check. He has got to fire. My gosh,
gives up.
Moneymaker.
Third pair wasn't a winner. We knew third pair wasn't a winner.
Yeah, which is why he can't check back. Yes, you have Showdown now, but you know that the Showdown's not going to get there. Especially you're the one that turned the draw. Like, if Moneymaker had, if it was a front door flush draw, right?
Yeah.
I'm fine with giving up there. But when you turn it and you whiff, I think you got to fire again, especially when it was the king. Come on. Yeah.
Unless he thinks Calvin's such a station that it would be an exercise in futility. But we don't have enough on Calvin to know that.
Yeah, I think you just got to pull the trigger just to see.
Yeah.
You can get information to see, is he in the mood to fold? You know?
Absolutely.
One call, 2 calls, 40. 3 calls.
40's on, and they've got some limps. Jack 5 going to raise to 175. That sounds about right. Viet, the only player with an actual hand here as we go 4 ways.
I mean, yeah, you're correct.
9 right there in the window, and Viet has the best hands with middle pair. Checks over to RJ, who he raised Jack 5, and now he's going to bet his Jack 5 that has backdoors. And he's going to win.
Let's go, RJ. That's for you, Michael M. in the chat.
My son right now, I think it's because he's teething. We're actually talking about doctor also. He must have an ear infection. He just like the last 2 nights just keeps awake without I think it might be
Getting down to the home stretch here.
How are you guys doing?
Our son's teaming.
What a night it's been.
Oh my goodness, it has been such a fantastic night, filled with a lot of action here. And you know what? The Moneymaker Tour week is we're not even
Yeah, we're
we're
not even
halfway
done yet.
through.
We still
Yeah.
have plenty of poker left to play. We got the main left to play, and some satellites as well. TexasCardHouse.com, MoneymakerPT.com, Poker Atlas. If you want to find out the complete schedules, and yeah, I'll be firing. Evan, you'll be firing. See
I'm
us.
gonna
Play
be
with us.
yeah. And tomorrow I will be. So tomorrow is day 1C. Actually, you know what? We'll tell you at the end. We only got 10 more minutes of action. We are scheduled to end at 10 p.m. So we'll see what we got going on here. David does take it down with middle pair and a gutty.
Buttons on 7. Hi everyone, thank you so much. Joseph coming.
My daughter had like, it's like 4.
One more dealer change. One more bomb pot.
And then the doctor was like, she gets one more, we'll get 2. I was like really happy. But our son has not had an ear infection yet in a long time, so he's probably in the clear. Yeah. It's so common.
Yeah, we actually got kind of lucky. We had our son 6-month checkup, and we were just like, he's having some trouble sleeping, so let's use your house. She was like,
88 likes.
any of like the standard things.
Can we get to 100?
But we were just
Let's get to 100 likes.
the doctor's like, oh yeah.
All right, beautiful people. 124 of you watching here with us. We only need, what do we got? 88? We only
need a
need 12
dozen
more
more.
likes. We
Just
can
a
do
dozen.
this. Give us a baker's dozen. Get
There
us
we
to
go.
101.
101 sounds good.
So that's why.
Checks out for my son.
Y'all can do it. I believe in you. Also, we got lots more action coming tomorrow. The Moneymaker meetup game is tomorrow, popping off at 4 p.m. It's 1-2 no limit, and we are going to turn the live stream on for this meetup game at 9 p.m. So give us 5 hours of solid action, then turn on the stream. I'm going to be on the other side of the booth tomorrow playing this. What is it, 1-2 or 1-3? Do we know?
I believe it's 1-2. I believe that's a 1-2
1-2?
stream. I think they usually do a 1-2 stream on Fridays, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, all right.
I have to admit, I don't know the Houston schedule quite as well. All I know is that on Mondays in Austin, we stream, and it's 2-5 match to stack, or it's 1-3 sometimes, and that's a lot of fun as well. Be sure and join us every time we're on the air across these 3 locations. We have a lot of fun everywhere.
Mm-hmm. What you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is the final bomb pot of the evening, considering that our cutoff time is, in about 10 minutes or so. So they do a bomb pot every dealer change, which is just the PLO double board bomb pot.
I think for whatever reason the computer doesn't know we're playing PLO right now. I think we are playing PLO, so like we're going to be flying half blinds here. Like, there's no way 6-5 are the only 2 cards he has. He has other cards. This game's been crazy, but it hasn't been that crazy.
Well, pocket nines, just only having 9-9 just turns a full house. So
yeah,
maybe.
That's pretty good. That said, bottom boat is never the most comfortable feeling.
Not happy to have that in PLO.
Really hope he's got some two-way action, maybe some scoopability with the other board there.
Yeah, maybe he's got a 10 there. Maybe he has queen 10, 9-9.
There's
That
an
would be
idea.
a very good hand.
Got some hearts in there, maybe. And somebody's got a jack, and now there's 2 jacks on one of the boards, and there's a jack on the other board, so that's probably a good thing. Again, apologies for the graphics. We see Amit going 1100. He has at least 9 SFO on one board. And I think that's a raise from RJ. Made it 4,400.
Ooh, I wish we could see these hands.
As do I.
What does David have?
4,400.
44 is the big time.
Squan asking, am I going to take everyone's money tomorrow night? You know what? That's the plan. No friends.
Whatever he had, he just folded off his stack.
Is he here? He's gonna be here, but technically not my boyfriend, but my friend, my lover, my.
All right.
Is it still gonna go, the game?
Yeah, so David has called his stack off. Now over to Amit, who at least has nines full of tens, which, if that's all he has, this is a pretty awkward spot because you have an effective bottom boat and you're dealing with half the pot. He, I think, made the call. I see king, queen, jack 10 for jacks full of tens for RJ. And then I don't see hearts. I see Broadway. They're chopping.
What you got?
They're chopping. I assume David at least had hearts. So
Yeah, you got enough lunch. That's a nut something.
that was our PLO hands, and a few more hands here. Thanks for watching RS Actuary. Quick reminder, we got the Moneymaker Tour meetup game tomorrow, as we were just talking about.
He used to before we had the
Should be a blast.
transitioning out of the school right now.
We got Calvin's brother in the chat. Apparently, he's known as Biscuit. And if he wanted to be known as Biscuit here, I'm sure he could have asked to be called Biscuit on stream and they would have allowed that. People can use nicknames as long as they're reasonably polite. And number 90 here. Looks like the 80's on. The 160's on. King, queen for Andrew. Makes it 400. Amit wants the call with the 6 deuce. Not the first time I've seen that hand play tonight. And RJ with ace queen. And he could re-raise. He is going to re-raise. I like it. Somebody finally with ace queen. Making it $1,400. Gets it through. Okay, so apparently he has used Biscuit on stream before. I honestly don't know that. Thanks for letting me know. I'm not a Houston guy, to be honest, and so I just don't know this crowd. There could be people who've been on the show all the time I might not know because Thursdays I'm often playing over in Austin. Here for the series, having a great time. Met some great people. I love the crowd here in Houston. It's a great scene here in Houston. You missed somebody actually squeezed with ace queen, Ebony. Ebony had stepped out for a moment.
Oh
Somebody
my
squeezed with
gosh.
ace
Who
queen.
did it? Was it Amit?
No, it was not Amit. Amit had called with 6 deuce, and I think it was RJ who had squeezed with the ace queen, and it worked.
Let's go, RJ. Come on.
Calvin with some suited stuff.
Honestly, yeah.
King Jack makes it 350. Moneymaker making the call with the ace 10.
We also have our daughter pretty much every night around 2.
He's actually raising with the ace 10, 1100.
6 calls.
Back to Calvin.
Only give him 5.
Makes the call. To the flop we go, heads up.
They're only 31. So
Yeah,
I'm not going to make that.
Here's the ace. Moneymaker comfortably ahead here.
nice hand.
Thousand gets the quick fold from Calvin.
Moneymaker taking down a nice pot.
This will take us to the penultimate hand of the night. This hand and then one more hand. And then the stream will take a 23-hour break, and we'll be back.
Oh my gosh, that sounds great.
Sure, the 1-2 will get wild tomorrow. I mean, how many? I don't know if Moneymaker will be on that stream table tomorrow, but like,
I think he will be.
I would imagine he'll be. Like, how many times do you think he's going to be all in that 1-2 game?
Actually, let's set an over over how many times he'll be all in, how many times I'll be all in, how many times. Oh, David's got queens here.
I got a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning. So
It's gonna be a fun game. Squad, what should I wear? What earrings should I wear? Ooh. On my stream, Squad and I'm always showing him what earrings I'm wearing. Today it's just plain gold hoops. You know, nothing special, but solid reliables.
Jack 10, 5, queens. Still looking great here. $300 will get the job done for David. Gonna stack himself some chips. And we're gonna play one last hand. Okay, so we got some opinions here.
The moon earrings with the dangly stars are the orange ones. I don't think I have either one of those with me. Oh man, I love. Wait, I do have dangly star earrings though.
Last hand of the stream, and players can keep playing if they want. They just won't get to share it with the internet. All right, so we got a couple of limps. The 50 is on. Andrew gonna say more money. 250 with his queen jack of hearts, and he's going to get two takers. Queen jack of hearts, 8-5 of hearts, king 9 offsuit. Here we go. 8-7-6. That king 9 does have an open enter. Alex with top pair, and the other ends of the open enter. We check through. There's the 9,
Whoop.
but it's diamonds.
Don't think there's going to be that much action in this pot here, especially the bottom end of the straight for Alex.
Alex is going to call Amit's 400, Amit having turned the pair of 9s. Alex with the bottom end of the straight. 10 or a 5 will chop it for Amit. That's a deuce, though.
And it does go check, check.
Check, check. Alex going to win the final pot of the night. Alex made a lot of those pots count. And I think we're going to get the final winnings in just a moment here. So we'll stay on this table shot for a bit. What a show. How amazing was that?
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. A ton of action today. I mean, honestly, this is what you come to expect with Texas poker. And it's no different here than, at TCH Houston. It is exactly what it should be.
Absolutely. This is very representative of Texas poker and what you find across all 6 TCH locations and everywhere else in this great state. and it's a blast to be a part of this.
Yeah.
Whether you're playing or whether you're just observing, and
or both, final tabling and commentating
that
like we
too.
do here. You
That,
know,
that
this is what
too.
happens when you come play the Moneymaker Tour in TCH.
What a week. What a week this has been. This has been one of the absolute best weeks of my poker career. Whatever happens with the main event, this has been one of the best weeks of my poker career. And glad you all could be a part of it. And I saw the aggression frequency click over. I'm stalling for time to try and get these win-loss numbers. I don't know if we get those at any point. Apologies if we don't get the win-loss numbers, but whatever.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the remaining schedule for the Moneymaker Tour.
Yeah, okay, so tomorrow, so right now we've got Late Reg open for Mega Satellite for the main event. So for $186, you can drive your little booty on down here and hop on in, and 1 in 10 win a $1,500 main event seat, which tomorrow starts at 11 a.m. and at 4 p.m. So day 1B at 11 a.m., day 1C at 4 p.m., and then we have 3 Mega Satellites tomorrow, 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 9 p.m. And then at 6 p.m., I think is there is some tournament
There's some
tomorrow.
small tournament.
A
I
small
forget which
tournament.
one.
I had
We gotta
it.
check the website for all
Ooh.
the details.
Oh, my notes from yesterday. 6 p.m. is the Friday Mayhem, okay? And
There
then
you go. Ebony came prepared. I didn't.
and then on Saturday, again, 10, 2, and 9, 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., we have the last Mega Satellites of the series. And then day 1D and day 1E at 11 a.m. and at 4 p.m.
Yeah, sounds
And then,
like a good time.
and of course, the Moneymaker meetup game starting at 4 p.m. tomorrow, 1, 2, and then the 9 p.m. live stream. Your girl will be there. I'll be fully gussied up, ready. You know, might find some dangly fun earrings for Spawn in there.
I'm sure I'll be around looking basically like this. a little bit less gussied up.
Maybe a little bit.
But perhaps tolerable.
Maybe we'll like try and iron a corner of each of our t-shirts and be like, we're gussied up now. We're ready.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
All right.
So I think that's it. I think we're calling it a night around here. And thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, I'm Ebony Kenny, and with William Lottie, we are out for the night.